from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital. Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. This is the definitive jazz festival featuring the best of talent from India and abroad. For the young and the young at heart, the Ishara International Puppet Theatre Festival brings local and international performances to audiences across several Indian cities. While the Multi-City Kahani Festival features interactive storytelling sessions and workshops championing the power of imagination. Teamwork Arts, celebrating the arts. For more information, visit www.teamworkarts.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival's Charbagh. We are delighted to start with our first session, but before we do, we would like to thank our sponsors, our title partner Z in association with Rajnigandha Silver Pearls, powered by Airtel, our venue partners Google, Ford, Mahindra Humanities Center, and our media partners Patrika Group, Red FM, Dainik Bhaskar, DNA and Twitter. We begin our first session. Total Recall the End of Privacy with our speakers Homi K. Baba, Pratap Bhanu Mehta, Niyam Bhushan, and Dayanita Singh. Before we begin the panel discussion, I would like to do a short introduction of our 4 speakers present here today. Pratap Bhanu Mehta is the president of the Center for Policy Research in New Delhi. He previously taught political theory at Harvard and at NYU Law School. He has published widely on political theory, India's political economy and law, and his forthcoming books include The Oxford Companion to the Indian Constitution and The Burden of Toleration. He also serves as editorial consultant for the Indian Express and is a recipient of the 2011 Infosys Prize and the 2010 Adhisheshya Prize. Homi K. Baba is the Anne F. Rothenberg Professor of the Humanities, Director of the Mahindra Humanities Center and Senior Advisor to the President and Provost at Harvard University. He is a leading cultural and literary theorist and the author of numerous works exploring post-colonial theory, cultural change and power, cosmopolitanism, human rights, and various other themes, including in his seminal work, The Location of Culture. His forthcoming books will include a collection of essays on contemporary diasporic artists and another on cultural security and globalization. He has been published most recently in Critical Inquiry and is also a trustee of the UNESCO World Report on Cultural Diversity and holds honorary degrees from universities Paris 8, University College London, Free University Berlin, and in 2012 he was conferred the Government of India's Padma Bhushan Presidential Award in the field of literature and education and received the Humboldt Research Prize in 2015. Dayanita Singh is an artist. Her medium is photography and the book is her primary form. She has published 12 books: Zakir Hussain, Myself, Mona Ahmed, Privacy, Chairs, Go Away Closer, Sent a Letter, Blue Book, Dream Villa, Dayanita Singh, House of Love, File Room, and Museum of Chance. Lastly, Niyam Bhushan, as one of India's leading design thinkers, is currently kick-starting a revolution in design and in design think for India's vibrant startup, IT, and publishing culture. In just 1 year, he has single-handedly consulted over 100 startups and corporates across 8 locations in India, conducted over 27 workshops on design, and mentored dozens of professionals. His clients in the past have included Apple, Adobe, Google, Xerox, Darling, Kindersley, Living Media, and Pratham Books. He comes from a family background in publishing and writing, and while in college, he co-founded his first business in 1985 in turnkey digital publishing with prestigious international clients. As a veteran Indian journalist, he has been a contributing editor to Hindustan Times, Mint newspaper, former editor of PC World magazine, editor-in-chief and CEO of Chip magazine, and contributing editor to Linux For You magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to have our first session begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and a pleasure that we all owe very much to the collaboration between the Jaipur Literary Festival and the Mahindra Humanities Center at Harvard. In particular, I want to thank my colleagues Sanjoy Roy, William Dalrymple, and in fact Namita Gokhale, because without Namita, who has lost her voice but not her cosmic energy, this session would not really have taken place, and the continuation of the theme of privacy across various languages and cultures through the festival would not have happened. So Namita, I very much wanted you here. You don't feel up to it today, but I'm glad to have you in the audience and eternally grateful to you for what you do every year for this collaboration. Thank you very much. When I proposed this idea of a series on privacy running through the festival, there were two texts that I just read which were in my mind, and I want to give you a brief taste of them. One is the very well-known 1890s Harvard Law Review piece by Justice Brandeis and his collaborator on the right to privacy. A work that returns again and again in every discussion really around the world on the legal aspects of privacy. And he says there, and I choose this particular quote because he talks about a photograph, Dayanita, and this is to cue you into this debate. Clearly, Justice Brandeis was thinking about you at that point. If casual and unimportant statements in a letter If handiwork, however inartistic and valueless, if possessions of all sorts are protected, not only against reproduction, but against description and enumeration, how much more should the acts and sayings of a man or a woman, I've added of a woman, he says of a man, in his social and domestic relations be guarded from ruthless privacy. If you may not reproduce a woman's face photographically without her consent, how much less should be tolerated the reproduction of her face, her form, and her actions by graphic descriptions colored to suit a gross and depraved imagination. Now, that's in 1819, 2013, in the New Yorker, Jill Lepore had something to say which I think attaches closely as a response almost about 120 years later to Justice Brandeis. She says, there is a paradox in the culture of our time, obsessed at once with being seen and with being hidden, a world in which the only thing more cherished than privacy is publicity. In this world, we chronicle our lives on Facebook while demanding the latest and best form of privacy protections, ciphers of numbers and letters, so that no one can violate the selves we have so entirely contrived to expose. So this idea that on the one hand, we want all the most technical forms of protection, but we ourselves are exchanging our privacy for a kind of publicity. And this brings me to the first point. I just wanted to list a few issues here, that the question of privacy, the public and the private, is not only a spatial metaphor about society or legality, about law, it's very much about how we conceive to be the boundaries of personhood. Who is a person in our time? What is a person? How much of us is involved in this exchange between the private and the public? Another aspect, of course, of this is the notion of what in the public realm should be kept private. And here, of course, you begin to have the debates around discrimination, the politics of identity, people who claim and demand, controversially, the notion of safe spaces in the public domain. So I think we've got to think the private ethic within the public social domain. And of course, in India at the moment, we have, all kinds of policing, moral policing, food policing, things that we thought were ours to choose, defining our private lives, suddenly become public issues. Are you eating beef? Are you in a hotel room as an adult with somebody of your choice? Is this right? Is this wrong? And you know that the film Masan very much takes up this whole issue and the tragic nature of this issue. Then, of course, there's the question, one that Jill Lepore touches on, that we exchange so much information in the public sphere, in social media. Social media is not only informational, it's associational. It creates new forms of community. And yet, how fragile are we becoming? How vulnerable are we to those who enter that domain with a deliberate, disruptive, humiliating, there are many cases in the United States now where people unknowingly have actually been made the center of police investigation. They don't know. They're in a chat book, they're having a conversation. Suddenly the police turn up and they say somebody on the social media tipped off the police saying, go and investigate X or Y. There was a large article in the New York Times recently about the way in which people's lives have been destroyed and ruined in that way, and I know you want to say something about it. And finally, just a thought, and a controversial thought. And this comes out of the whole Snowden affair. And when I read Greenwald's book on Snowden, Snowden was portrayed quite rightly and portrayed himself, represented himself as basically a protector of individual privacy. And there seemed to be something both extraordinarily important about that, and there seemed to be something extraordinarily retrograde about it at the same time. If all if the stakes of the whole thing are only to protect individual privacy, then I really did feel that this trade-off between his remarkably brave and courageous acts in revealing what was happening in surveillance in the United States, there has to be something more than individual privacy. Individual privacy is a bedrock value, but there is something more about justice within the community, the sense of transparency. There had to be a value more than privacy. Whereas the portrayal of Snowden has been so focused on the rights of the individual. Central, but I would suggest not entirely enough in that respect. So these were the issues with which I initially proposed that we should have a thematic running through the festival. I'm very grateful to you for joining me, and I think we might actually turn to some of your concerns with privacy, as they may or may not speak to some of these issues. So, Banita, why not start with you? Tell us.
Well, I'm in the most obvious situation with privacy, because that is a dilemma with photography, that there is really no solution. In fact, when I couldn't bear it anymore and the dilemma of violating people's privacy repeatedly, that's when I really started photographing empty spaces, because I thought maybe there won't be this kind of intrusion and invasion there. There are two levels of violation of privacy in photography. One is when you are making the photograph or taking the photograph, however collaborative it may be. The second is the usage of it, where I just posted your picture on Instagram and you were smiling. I could have hashtagged it whatever I liked, and that's how it would go out into the world. So this used to happen in photography even before any of the digital media started, where wrong captions would give the wrong information. And it was such a dilemma for me that when I made my book of family portraits, I called it privacy because I thought I'm really violating each person's privacy. I've gone into their home, I've made pictures of them in quite a sort of vulnerable setting, however collaborative I tried to make it. So I called the book Privacy because of that reason, but also because I tried to ask around that there was no word in Hindi for privacy. And then I thought, when did the idea of privacy start? And how come we don't have an accurate word for privacy in Hindi? So does that mean it was somehow a non-Indian concept? And I really wonder, Pratap, about when does the idea of privacy start?
Okay, a couple of things. So one, I think the obvious point, which is, under the umbrella of privacy, there's a whole series of concerns, and I'm a bit wary about these translation points, because it used to be said Hindi does not have a word for thank you, so we don't have a concept of gratitude.
Right.
There are different components to it. I mean, the idea of privacy that connotes the desire for solitude, control, you could say, is ekant and so forth. So privacy is historically variable and specific, but I think one way of answering your question, and I guess this is what I want to maybe perhaps put on the table, and why I think we are at the end of an era in thinking about privacy, is, so Snowden happened, there was the recent hacking of the State Department, the federal employees records data, Aadhaar is happening in India, and the big puzzle is people are trying to get people agitated about privacy, and there is no political traction, right? So let me start with that puzzle. Are we really concerned about privacy in the classic sense? And I would submit not really, because there are 4 or 5 things that emanate from what we want as a society, going to a collective conception of justice, that are fundamentally at odds with the notion of privacy. And these are the things we actually like. I mean, the cases of sort of beef bans and so forth are the easy cases, because they clearly violate some notion of choice. But what about the intrusions on privacy that come from the choices we actually exercise? So the first impulse is accountability, right? The kind of privacy that a society has will depend on what kind of accountability regime it is signing up to. Who should be accountable to whom for what? Ironically, the Brandeis-Warren article was actually meant to protect private spaces for public officials. But if you are now accountable in the health system for how much sugar you consume, right? If all private persons have become public persons because your tax returns have huge implications for the economy, the very impulse to accountability will, in a sense, colonize the space for privacy. And so the issue is, who draws that political boundary of accountability? The second deep impulse, traditionally our worry about surveillance and privacy used to come from an Orwellian imagination, right? People, holders of power, will use information to extinguish desire. Actually, the opposite has happened. I mean, one of the amazingly creative things about this technological environment is that it actually, in a sense, uses surveillance and technology to provide you what you want, right? This kind of, our desires make us complicit in this regime of surveillance and technology. So it's not Orwell's worry that, this will be a bleak, joyless world, regulated by big state power. It's actually quite the opposite. It's this exuberant world of sharing, right? And the third and final thing, which is something we want, is, the obvious point in a kind of post-Foucault age, which is the desire for knowledge will by itself militate against the idea of privacy. Right? When Dale said privacy is theft, right? Quite a clever pun on the idea that property is theft. The idea behind it was that almost everything we do, right? There's that enlightenment impulse, is in principle amenable to a form of knowledge, even if you don't want to use that knowledge for control, right? Law interrogates us at every point. It enters private spaces to secure justice. Medicine, in a sense, invades us, right? So there is this whole rise of the disciplines that in their very formation, right, where the premise is that everything is knowable. And if you are resisting being known, you are actually withholding something from the production of knowledge, right? So the challenge for us, Hobi, is that the things we want, accountability, knowledge, and satisfaction of desire, these are the things that, in a sense, trap us in this kind of attack on privacy.
But that's very clarifying. I'm going to come to you in a minute. But the whole nature of desire, right, human desire, is that it is not entirely self-aware. Right. And that's the issue. The issue is, yes, we do desire these things. The biopolitical idea is that our bodies are becoming a basis of knowledge. But there is still something that militates against it, and that is the awareness that we may be trapped, to use your very word. Right. So even within this large public domain of offering ourselves, offering up our privacy for certain goods and services that we have, even within that, I would say there are certain areas where something militates and people want to hold on to the idea of privacy. And in an interesting way, and I want to bring this to Dayanita, and then in an interesting way, Dayanita, the time, I remember those early photographs, which were rather like some of the earlier paintings of Nalini Malani, family groups in a way, at one level poised, at another level anxious, beautifully caught. But when you remove the people, the domestic spaces, and even the public spaces, the historic spaces, the Gandhi photograph, you somehow saw the trace of the public in the private, even when the personal had actually fled. And I think there's something in that very often our desire for privacy is not fully known to ourselves, and yet we know when it is violated. So I want to turn to you with that paradox in mind. We can never know fully what it is that we desire.
Okay. So I want to share something with all of you in this hall right now. In the past 1 year or two, going across the buzzing startup culture of India, involved with design and design thing, I've hit against a wall every single time. Your privacy is being plundered exponentially. Every time you download an app, switch on your mobile, go to WhatsApp, it's incredible what's happening to you. So, what I discovered even more intriguingly is that people in India do not understand privacy. As she rightly pointed out, we do not have the lexicon for it. The nearest word we have in India for privacy is parda. So I discovered the only time people in this room would understand privacy is if you live in a joint Indian family. At that time, you all have your issues. Don't say this to Bhabhi ji, and don't say this to Chacha ji, and so on, right? So, here's a very interesting test. How many of you have WhatsApp installed? Look at this room. How many of you have Telegram Messenger installed? Hardly anybody. Now, how do you think Mark Zuckerberg is going to recoup his $19 billion? If not from this gold mine of your private, intimate, candid, honest, truthful conversations that you have, which Google's Eric Schmidt calls at the edge of creepiness. Do you know, we are no longer honest in our relationships with one another and with each other. We are not even honest with God today in the temples and the churches and synagogues. But the only place left in the world for you to be brutally honest today is in the search engine of Google. You ask anything and seek anything that you want from there. But did you know Google is watching you as well? Do you realize what gives birth to privacy? It is not the social mores, because privacy has always been a shifting target through cultures and people and even in your moment-to-moment existence. For example, in India, it was taboo to think that you would ever go to the toilet or a restroom with someone. Correct? It would be a sacrilege. But look at what's happening at airports. Everybody walks in together into public toilets, which was unheard of in this culture. So privacy is a shifting target, and now somebody would get offended if you said that I would not accompany you to the toilet when you're going there, and so forth. In the earlier days, you could only eat your food in private. Now we have a whole culture of restaurants and lounges, and people want to be seen eating with others and so forth. So I have thought very keenly on behalf of India, as we are at the cusp of the cultural revolution which will impact the world through design from India. What is privacy if our ancient culture cannot express it? What would? I've spent more than 1 year thinking, and here's the only thing that I've discovered. Privacy is born with the birth of private thoughts in you at whatever age that happens. That moment when you hold on to a private thought, maybe funny, maybe ludicrous, maybe ridiculous, maybe tragic, maybe sacrilegious, but you decide not to communicate. You have given birth to what I call your individual privacy. Henceforth, you will be in conflict with society and culture, and from now onwards, you will eternally be in conflict if you do not have a curated conversation over the digital cultural tsunami sweeping across the world, because the internet has no delete button. Try to erase your past. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, just to take up the last point you made,
Right.
About private thoughts,
Right.
and the public expression. I think that's an issue that goes a long way, because as soon as you start expressing the most private of your thoughts in public expression,
Right.
you use language, you use discourse, you enter into kinds of institutions.
Right.
See, my interest, and I think just speaking up from you, is not that privacy has to be one particular kind of thing.
Right.
It is always a shifting landscape of issues, and once it's a shifting landscape of issues, it doesn't, I agree with the historical idea that in certain cultures at certain times you didn't have you wouldn't use the washroom together. The fact is now we do that, and yet we have a residue of privacy. There is a legal residue, there is a customary residue, there's a moral residue. So the fact that we get less private doesn't mean that we're not private at all. And I was wondering, Pratap or Dayanita, whether you see this paradox, that we've got to work with the paradox, not in a way against it.
Yeah, no, I actually think, we have no choice but to work with the paradox.
Yes.
That's in a sense always been. And therefore, in a sense, the question will always come down to one of institutional design and power, right? Because when we ask why do we value privacy, there are 3 or 4 different kinds of things, right? There's the question of solitude, right, which Naman just raised. That's one. There's the question of being able to control, which is another. There's a question of exercising choice, which in some senses is another. So how we negotiate this paradox cannot be, in a sense, an act of individual resistance alone.
That's right.
That has to be a public conversation around who gets to exercise power over who. And in some senses, the challenge, it depends on how much of a technological fatalist you are, but if you take Snowden's own account, right, I think to be fair to Snowden, there is the act of individual resistance. But he also does believe that technology will have to be made to work against itself to secure these kinds of spaces, right? That the worst thing we can do to ourselves is to kind of give into a kind of technological fatalism, right? That this process is so overdetermined that the only idea of privacy you can hold on to is a solitude, but as the joke goes, even a secret is a secret only if you tell at least one person.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. That in a way, total solitude doesn't raise the question of privacy. It's because solitude can never be entirely encapsulated or encrypted in itself that we have it. As an artist, you said that you felt when you entered the homes of people and took portraits or family portraits, you felt that despite the contract you had with them, I'm using a contractual language, they knew what you were going to do, there was something you felt that you were violating or revealing that should have been kept secret. In your act of creativity, what was that something?
I think photography records what's in front of the camera, but at the best of times it can record things that are unsayable, that don't have words, and that's photography at its best. And it was those kind of dynamics, tensions that photographs would reveal. And families, when I would take the photographs back to them, trying to be very fair in this contract, would say, but that's terrible, you make us look completely cold. We had a fight last night. But that became their record for their grandchildren, that cold, impersonal photo, if we decided to keep it there. I didn't find a solution for it, but even now, Pratap, we had Google Glass last year, no? 1 blink is a photo, 2 blinks is a video. So in that sense, one is a technology fatalist. What are we going to do? And maybe the only way I can protect myself is if I have a parda around me all the time. Because you might have taken 20 pictures with each blink by now of me.
I'd like to add to that point, may I? This is a very valid thing. I've used Google Glass, and it's not my experience, but from anecdotal notes I've discovered, it's the best way for a man to be hit by a lady's handbag. You just have to wear a Google Glass and pop comes a bag to hit you. So a couple of things, taking on Pratap's point, how many of you have a Facebook account here? Well, there you are. Please understand, you've come here as victims of your privacy being violated. But what you do not realize is that you are first indulging in social voyeurism, which goes 100 times ahead of what she's talking about in a single photograph. You enter and invade the private lives of so many people, and you know what the game you're all playing, it's an addiction, it's dopamine. The game is, show me yours, I'm trying not to show you mine. And therefore the whole idea of privacy is now a joke. And who's laughing to the bank? Zuckerberg. What you've got to understand is very simple. Do not expect a totalitarian regime or somebody to take control of freedom in the age of the individual. It has to be the individual who has to take control of their personal shifting target of privacy in their times. And both technology is amoral. We have technology that will invade your privacy, but even Moglen and Richard Stallman are giving birth to a new kind of the internet and the web called the freedom box, where they're saying all the errors and the mistakes and the blunders of privacy that have happened will now be taken care of. Look at Bitcoin. So you see, technology will be your slave, but you do not become a slave of technology.
Yeah, but you know, I do think in this account you gave,
Right.
There is two things.
Right.
You're absolutely right to say that technology has certain powers that we don't have.
Right.
But we have not also surrendered our sovereignty. Maybe people are discovering new ways in which putting their private lives on Facebook and having certain kinds of connections through Facebook are giving them certain kinds of pleasures or speaking to desires. So I don't think we can, no, yeah, but I don't think we can be as black and white. I mean, I've heard the point on you know, as you've been making it.
True.
I just think that if we get into that kind of polarization, there is no way out of it.
Of course not.
And so I think what we've got to think is creatively,
Right.
wanting to surrender certain things. At different times, people surrendered different things. I mean, even in the 18th century epistolary novel, at a time when there was incredible convention about keeping the private lives of people separate, particularly between servants and masters,
Right.
the whole 18th century novel was about servants talking about what was happening in the novel. And everybody, in their worlds, everybody read it. So I think the nature of privacy and choice and intention is more complicated than the behemoth of the machine, of technology. So perhaps we can spend some time now.
May I respond to this one, please?
Can I just,
Yes, please.
Can we just spend some time to think how creatively
Yes.
we always work in the interstices of domination and freedom.
True.
Freedom is a difficult thing. There is no total freedom. We continually work within institutional values and individual values. It's not a new thing. You know, maybe there is a magnification of it. So I would like us to try and think in the time we have,
True.
how we can creatively work between these things.
Right. So I just have a very small point, and over to you people. Through literature and the birth of the novel and everything that we have here, we've had archetypes of people. But this is the first time when you are the character in the novel. And it's your personal direct life which is out there, which is what has changed things, you see. And so this is where she brings her ideas of photography and you on your political things. So over to you people on how you look at the individual now as the protagonist.
Can I just say one thing to this?
Yes.
Actually, you know, that's not actually accurate.
Right.
Novels are not about archetypes. Novels started when people's intimate first-person diaries were the basis of the experience. That's how a lot of the fiction around the world, novelistic fiction, started. It was people who wanted to put out there their experience in a first-person narrative.
Okay.
So I'm saying when you use Facebook, you're not doing something that different. You're making a certain choice as to what to put out. What is a problem is that as soon as you put that out, you get 100 advertising things telling you what you should buy and what you shouldn't buy. I think that's a commercialization of it. But the very act of using Facebook is actually quite an old thing. The keeping of diaries, the publication of first-person narratives. So, Pratap, do you think, how could we work productively? Now, you know, given this dark scenario, how do we work productively to retrieve something of our own personal choice and ethics?
So, I think the first and very boring step in this is to actually break down the problem into smaller pieces. I think we are talk of lots of very different kinds of problems.
Break it down.
And just to take a couple, right? So as I said, if one of the worries, and when we worry about things like Facebook and so forth, right, it's not just the fact that some things are being made public. It's the fact that you don't have control over those representations. You don't know what will be done to them. You don't know the context in a sense in which they will be used. And maybe we are at a point with our culture in a sense where, look, any medium will survive or exert power use so long as it has a certain kind of credibility. I'm a little bit of an optimist in the sense that when there is access to a medium, there will in a sense be a kind of internal backlash against it. Like we stopped believing Indian media, for instance, right? At a certain point when it began.
Even in fact, the people need to know, the nation needs to know.
Especially the nation needs to know, right? It's the way in which society evolved protocols of dealing with gossip, right? Which was in a sense the classic form of violating the public and private sort of story. But what we do need, the two most important things, because fundamentally, right, the reason we worry about privacy is it's about ceding power to somebody else, right? And that power is coming in two forms. It's coming in the form of big corporations. I think that is an issue. So for example, I mean, if you take the notion of a kind of black box society that Frank Pasquale has written about, what are the algorithms that something like Google uses to actually shape the structure of desires and preferences? These will need to be placed in greater structures of accountability, right? The irony of our present moment is information is being made more public, but intellectual property and technology is being made more proprietary and private.
True, very good.
And it is the restoration of the balance between that is going to be in a sense very important. And for states which are using surveillance and so forth, it is what are the democratic structures of accountability. I don't think it will be a very helpful conversation to go through the technology fatalism route. It is what are the structures of accountability that will in a sense determine the ways in which particular information is actually used. And that conversation I think does give some room for creativity.
Yeah, and it is precisely to protect that accountability. Does the law have a major role necessarily in this whole process?
The law has a major role. In fact, the Brandeis article you cited was the beginning of a century of jurisprudence. Yeah. But the law will have to keep up with the times. But more importantly, I think particularly in Indian context, more than law, it is state capacity. I mean, even with old technologies like phone tapping, very frankly, an omnibus order from a Home Secretary authorizing 5,000 phone taps in a single order was, in a sense, ruled by law, not rule of law. So you'll have to develop the kinds of state capacities, right, that are in a sense commensurate with this technological challenge. And that can't happen if the state is run by the average age of your bureaucrat looking at these things is about 50, whereas what you need is 17-year-olds protecting you from the future.
That's a very, very valid point.
That's right. Vanita.
Well, as an artist, and as quite a private person myself, I didn't give in to any of this till I started to play with Instagram. And so I'm just 1 year old in Instagram. But I realized that actually for all that it takes from me, what it gives me is this dissemination of the image, and possibly it's a conversation I want to have with you later. As someone who is really a bookmaker, I can see the book, the photo book, the illustrated book, finding forms on Instagram. So I think artists, I am certainly working towards making my forms, and I make virtual museums on Instagram. So I don't put out private information about myself, but I'm trying to build forms out of what exists. Facebook, I find more gossipy, but Instagram, because it's the image, someone in China, someone in Russia, someone in Tamil Nadu, without speaking my language, understands my photograph. Even someone who's not literate understands the photograph, and if they start following the hashtags of Museum of Legs, I built an entire museum or started building a museum on Instagram. So I'm sort of saying it's up to me what information I put out, but here's a form, I want to work with that. I want to build something out of that form.
So this really does respond to my question. There are ways in which you can harness these technologies for your purpose. The question is not, with respect, Pratap, you said we don't know. There are lots of things that we don't know. We may say things, we may do things, we may write articles. We don't know how they're going to be read or interpreted. But I think the problem is that there we know that we may be misinterpreted. Right. The problem with technology is when we do not even know that our information is being wrought, sought, surveyed, and administratively held. That's the problem of transparency, and I think that's Snowden's big point. Not that there's a way of saying now we know that we do not know something, but we don't even know that we do not know. It's almost a Freudian problem.
True. So here, this is to answer his question specifically. On YouTube, for example, I believe there's 50,000 hours of video being loaded per second. So there is no way you can do anything. And Kapil Sibal tried the IT Act of 2011 and tried very hard to try to see how to handle and moderate this thing. What we've seen in the interest of commerce and business, companies have tried to become self-conscious about privacy and other issues, which of course is also not absolutely fair to the end user, but at least it's a start. So Facebook, YouTube, and everybody is doing this. Second, look carefully. Twitter is one wild thing. She talks about the visual media. Twitter is the digital graffiti wall of the world, right? And it has got a powerful impact in just 144 characters. And even they don't know how to control this media. News on Twitter travels faster than an earthquake, as you know very well. So, as we said, technology is amoral. And the second thing, what we could do, small steps. All of you must have got bugged by all these telephone calls to buy from banks or everything that happened in India because there's no regulation. So one day, using design thinking, I went deep into it and I discovered that the value of your data exists as long as your data is accurate. The moment they discover that your data is dud, they chuck it and you could reclaim a little beachhead of your privacy. So what I've started to do is quite funny, and if you feel like you can do this, if, say for example, State Bank of India calls me, I tell them call me at my other number, which is the number of, let's say, Corporation Bank would call me earlier. And then when Corporation Bank calls me, I say, by the way, call me at my other number, which is probably Corporation Bank. So soon they discover that this individual has these 4 numbers, and they can go call one another and leave me in peace. Okay. And I call this the Quit Databasing India movement. I wrote about this 14 years ago. It's like the Dundee March for your digital privacy and freedom. And I think this little act of subversion is so beautiful. It's like an individual hack all of you can do. But of course, these are not the entire solution, because we don't even know, as you said, we don't even know what we don't know. But there you are.
But the irony is his subversion is now public.
But it's beautiful.
Once you make it public, you don't know it's subversive.
Say the paradox.
Now, yes, that's why we work with the paradox. But there is a question you've said a couple of times now. The technology is amoral.
Right.
One could say the same thing about language. Language, technology is a particular language, a particular communicative form. Language is amoral. But yet we have a framework or matrices of norms and moralities with which we infuse language. And this is, I think, where the question of transparency comes in. It's an old-fashioned word, but I think it's an important word. The trouble is that with the virtual form of technology, which is in a sense almost invisible, the question of transparency becomes even more problematic. You see, if you're thinking within a corporation or within an institution of certain rules and regulations, etc., then you can actually even know where to put the pressure on transparency. But in this kind of manipulative virtual realm, and I use that phrase, showing that technology is not amoral, because it can be manipulative, it can conceal itself. That's the problem. Where do we go for transparency?
True.
But I think one of the things we have achieved here in this conversation, short though it is that there are these moments in between technology and individual choice or intention, which have a very creative use, other than the fact that there is a whole knowledge world that we can retrieve. But I know, Pratap, you wanted to say something.
No, I mean, just the kind of the most obvious point of this, which is Just like there's a myth, right, that markets just exist. Markets don't exist. Architecture has to be created for markets to exist.
Exactly.
And I think it is important to remember, and I think that's one of the points that Snowden was also making, that this virtual world also has an architecture. It's an architecture that's been created by a whole series of conventions and institutions, whether it's the debate over ICANN, whether it's the privacy rights we grant Google not to really reveal their algorithms of, in a sense, what they're doing, and I think the real issue is it possible to engage with that architecture, to rest from that architecture these moments, or protected spaces?
I'd like to immediately respond to that, because you're both talking about transparency and you're saying you don't know what's happening. So basically it's like saying I want to take control of my health, but I don't know the recipe of what I'm eating because it comes in a tin can. Right? And the answer in the computer industry has been there since 1985. The best way to know what you think you do not know and you should know is free and open source software, right? And the irony here is that Google knows everything about you. You do not know the software of Google, what it knows about you. It should be free and open source. And slowly the wisdom of free and open source software is coming in to make technology accountable, given that it is amoral and that it should be trying to do something about it, right? Now, in every facet of it, you don't know what your mobile phone is doing. Did you know, for example, that Facebook actually switches on the microphone every random few minutes and listens in to your conversations, and you have consented to this? Did you know that your webcam switches on and off, and it just looks at you? Now banks are saying that instead of having you log in with a password, without your consent we'll switch on the camera because you said yes somewhere, and we'll know who's logged in. So basically the only solution to this kind of technological stuff is if you know what's in the recipe. Only then can you take the first step. And nobody talks about free and open software.
But that is in fact, as I see it, where the debate now is, that these things that are not transparent should be made transparent. And this is also a slow process. You get one leak and then you begin to understand how the system works. But there is something else that I want to just bring up before we end with technology. And I think that technology is also like a game. We talk about desire. People love the risk. Even at the risk of revealing something, just as in human relations, we can't make them safe. Risk is the game. Risk is what drives us to creativity. Risk is what makes us fall in love. We don't fall in love because we're sure that this is going to last. We first fall in love and then we decide whether it's going to last or not, and then we fall in love again. So my issue really is, we've got to infuse this amoral, machine-like structure with art, with creativity. We've got to ask questions of desire, questions of risk, questions of accountability, and understand also that human side of the technology, what it taps into, our fantasies. So much of Facebook is fantasy. And that in itself is not something that we can control, because fantasy has been so much a part of art, it's been a part of culture. So the more we think of technology or the culture of technology, I think the more we're going to understand that these human aspects of it will somehow become the platform of a further interrogation. Should we open to the public?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please, your questions. What are the miking arrangements here?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning to the four of you. Thank you so much for that discussion. My question relates more towards governance and the relationship it has with state intelligence. Do you think even more so now that although we feel that no one has a right to know what goes on in our homes, in the privacy of our homes, people have a heightened sense of the need for security, and at the same time intelligence is what goes into homes and finds out that which keeps us safe. So I just wanted to know where you stand with how the government acts with intelligence and security, and thereby keeping our privacy. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the trade-off between security and liberty, really. Security, liberty, and privacy. Yes, let's just take it this way. A quick word from you, Pratap.
It's a very profound question, right? And one of the features of our modern age is that small actors have incredible power to inflict disproportionate effects, right? So in that sense, we have to be realistic about how we, in a sense, respond to that. Now, it's always the case, this is almost axiomatic, right, that liberty can never survive great fear, right? And to that extent, I mean, I think what we need is more realistic appraisals of what is the actual kind of threat that we face. Because the idea of fear and threat is that is also a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? In some ways. So that's one part of the solution to the problem. The second part, I think in the case of the state, I think it's very clear, which is you need oversight mechanisms about what the state will do with the information it has. I don't think it is a solution, and I don't think it's even possible that you will be able to withhold information from the state, right? But you need an institutional architecture that actually recognizes that reality. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we don't recognize that reality and therefore not think about that architecture.
Pratap, did you say that you can't have liberty with fear?
Yeah, which is if you have fear, if you fear, you are going to give up your liberty much faster.
But it's a trade-off.
Sorry?
It's a trade-off. I mean, I'm thinking of Jeremy Waldron.
Exactly.
You know, the fact is that if you don't have fear, then also the desire to protect your liberty becomes. So
I think there are two different notions of fear: the fear of others and the fear of undermining certain values. Obviously, you have to have the fear of certain values being undermined, right? But Jeremy's point is that it's a mistake to see it as a trade-off, right?
But what if the fear you attach to others is exactly will be translated back into the fear of your deprivation of your liberty or security? Then what happens?
Well, what's happening?
So the paradox is that it actually that's exactly how we agree. I mean, you know, that's exactly the point. So the point is not to succumb to that fear, because once you have succumbed to that fear, there is actually no clawing your way back to liberty.
Okay. Let me just say one thing. So why don't you, I want to come back on that, but I need to respond to that, and then I'll come back to that issue.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yes, may I just respond to this quickly? Which is exactly what Edward Snowden pointed out, right? That the approach of the state was absolutely unconscious and literally brutal and crude. That it was a blanket kitchen all sink approach, that everybody should be under surveillance to catch one rotten egg, which is an intelligence failure. Now the new mechanisms, the new thinking says intelligence has to do intelligence work, and technology has to be put under its control and under its domain in its specific use, and not for everybody. See, you must understand what Snowden did. For me, Snowden is the hero of the 21st century. He is the greatest hero we know, and he's the hero of the new age, because he pointed exactly this problem of the state. The first time he asked was exactly what is it that Snowden is fighting? Is it individual liberty at stake, or is there something more to it? It is this whole idea, this unconscious approach that needs to be attacked. And by the way, you need to play a role in it. You need to write back, like I write to TRAI and everybody all the time, and tell them you're not doing something about it. For example, I used to get a lot of calls from Airtel, which was spam. You know, the spam SMS calls and everything. I called up Airtel and said, why don't you do something about it? Airtel said, oh, we can't control it. I said, of course you will. You know when? When somebody sends a terrorist threat over a spam message across India and sends a seditious message, I'll be very surprised to see how you found the technology and the wherewithal at that moment. So what you have to do is not be sheep, because sheep will always get slaughtered when it comes to privacy and security.
These people here are not sheep because they're here.
Of course. I'm the one bleating.
You're barking.
Okay.
Hi.
Sheepdog.
I'm Dr. Atul Tolia. The die has been cast. Now we have a translational genomic knowledge available right where I live, right next to my office, where I can pay $200 and my entire genetic makeup is available to whoever bids the most.
Wow.
So the question really is that as we have looked at human rights are not negotiable, we have to think of privacy rights as not negotiable.
Excellent point.
And the question that really I want to ask this esteemed panel is that if technology is our invention and society is our culture legislated, do you think what technological new forms will now arise which will give private individuals the space that they require with legislative prohibition of seduction and all the brutality that has been going on in the web space and our lives?
Thank you for that excellent question. I think one of the issues really is that technology is not being developed from outer space. Technology is being developed by our society, by people like ourselves, by people who have the same experience. So the development of technology is also a desire, a social desire, an individual desire. Some people think it's a spiritual desire. We can't look at it from, entirely from the outside. It is a product of who we are and where we are. The point, of course, is a very good one, that we need to be much more vigilant about this and make our choices, and we should have public institutional architectures in which these debates happen and decisions can be taken. Can I take another? Yes, please.
Can I respond to his question?
Hello? Can you take two so that...
This side, sir. Hello, this side, sir, this side.
Yeah.
I have two questions, sir.
No, one question only, please.
Okay, sir, okay. This is my question, is that you said, sir, that fantasy, Facebook is a fantasy, and मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि fantasy का कोई इलाज नहीं है. There's no. तो एक क्वेश्चन ये है, और दूसरा ये है, सर ने कहा था कि what people don't know about what to do and what to not do. There is any institution, education, any kind of education we have to provide them, and any kind of institution should be there. And last question is that you said that Zuckerberg is laughing to what we do.
Okay, so I'll answer both this question in single sentences. For India, you have the Software Freedom Law Center, sflc.in, very hard trying to fight for your digital freedom. You also have EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, EFF.org, where you can go and be part of the activism. So there are institutions in place. We are trying to run a lot of courses and workshops and seminars across academia in India so that the new emerging generation which is adopting these technologies can understand the culture of privacy that is being eroded. Back to your genome question, which is significant. Have you noticed in India today, when you go to any doctor, from a dentist to an MRI or something, they tell you, you can collect your reports manually here, or you can get it online by logging in with this password, which is total bullshit, by the way, because there goes my medical private data. And even worse, recently I go with my little daughter to an eye surgeon or something, and they say, for the appointment, you have to use my tablet and add in your contact details and appointment details. I said, why? How do I know how you are using this data? So now what would I do? I just sit back. I said, no, I'm going to stand up and tell the doctor, I want you to take my data manually and not be fed in your systems. And if you insist, I will find another doctor, which is exactly what I did. I want you to please take the small baby steps of subversion and defiance, because this is not an art and cultural problem. This is a design problem, and you have to design your individuality, your freedom, your privacy as a design challenge in the new challenges being thrown to you through the digital age.
Let me just add one thing there. That's exactly the issue about working in the small spaces to create a different kind of design.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Danny, take yours.
I think there is some hope with photography, because it's changing so drastically that in a few years, 2 or 3 years, we're not going to even be taking or making or seeing straight photographs. That will just be raw data which will be manipulated in lots of different ways, and those are the images we see. This straight photography as we know it today is going to be over, and then what will happen is this sort of blind faith in the authenticity of the photograph, which was a misnomer from the beginning, will be finished. So just because I'm shown to be part of a mob, people will quickly realize is not really anything that they can use as evidence. So I think the technology is going to advance so quickly that it will undermine some of the fears, at least, that we have with privacy and photography.
But Danita, can I ask you something? People were saying a long time ago that the novel is dead.
Yeah.
The traditional novel. The novel has made a huge comeback. In fact, there is a session here precisely about the comeback of long-form novelistic fiction. Why do you think that the evidentiary or documentary photograph might not exist side by side with these new forms, and that the richness would be...
It will exist. It will exist. Someone like me would always do that. But it will not be seen as evidence because you will have enough proof around of me looking like an old shriveled up man begging on the street. So you will realize that photography is not what it used to be. People like me will still continue to photograph in that way, and photography is the mother of all languages now.
Well, let me end choosing your phrase. For photography is not what it used to be. Privacy is not what it used to be. We hope that today we have actually floated a few ideas and a few ways in which to think through the architecture of surveillance into the subversion of individual rights and individual choices. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Brilliantly done.
Thank you so much. It's great. Thank you. I'm so glad we managed to get you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the perfect end of the perfect session to start our day off with. We would like to thank our authors, Homi K. Baba, Niyam Bhushan, Dayanita Singh and Pratap Bhanu Mehta for being with us today, and the Indian Quarterly, which presents the Privacy Series, for sponsoring this session. The authors will be available for book signing at the book signing area next to the venue, but not near the stage. We request you to not crowd the stage, but to meet the authors directly there. Their books are available in the merchandise store and in the Full Circle bookstore right next to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session starts in 10 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us for this one. Thank you.
पहले टाइप कर ले
Free music, movies and games only on Airtel, the smartphone network.
Amidst the color and vibrancy of the Jaipur Literature Festival, soak in the stimulating, thought-provoking sessions. Take a pause to catch your breath at our festival merchandise stores. Choose from a range of products especially crafted to take the magic of the festival back home with you. All products will also be available online at directcreate.com/JLF16. Remember, you first saw them at JLF16.
The all-new Ford Endeavour, designed for any terrain, engineered for the extraordinary. In our most capable SUV, the all-new Ford Endeavour.
There's this magic about India.
अभी जितनी आज़ादी मिल गई है, इतना ज़्यादा फास्ट जा रहा है इंडिया हमारा, ये कुछ पता नहीं है.
There is nothing in this world that you can do. You just need to get yourself out of the bed and start doing it, man.
Asking me, is it going to rain? They don't know what's going on in the world. I'm the most educated guy in this village. I'm the only guy who can speak in English. So I have access to internet. They don't know the uses of it. They can't imagine that internet can be used for education purpose. If we give these two tools, English language and internet, I can bet on this. It's going to change everything.
Hello guys, as you can see, this is my house and no Wi-Fi at my house. This is my neighbor come friend, no Wi-Fi in his house, but yes, Wi-Fi is there at his neighbor's house. Yeah, so me and my friend come neighbor sit here and used my neighbor's house Wi-Fi. India is a country of brotherhood. We have one Wi-Fi router, but 5 families use that Wi-Fi router.
It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I'm currently standing outside my house on my field. What technology brings to here is truly amazing. It can change people's lives. I work as a web developer from my own house, from my own bedroom, and now I have 10 Mbps fiber optic Wi-Fi. About 5 years ago we didn't even have proper dial-up connection. It's amazing how a simple internet connection can change people's lives. I can now make amazing mobile apps from my own house.
There are so many things about India which are just amazing.
We have so much people here and the diversity.
If you think that you are not capable of doing anything, you are wrong.
Communication, education, technology, transportation, population, politician. We are gonna make this nation. We are gonna develop this nation. I am a citizen of a very great and wise country, and I am proud of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival's Charbagh. We are delighted to introduce our session, Fast-Speaking Writers. We have Omar Musa in conversation with D. Nirkse. We also have Sudeep Sen releasing a book this morning. Please welcome our speakers for the session.
We're very excited to be here and very thrilled. This session is going to be really about writers finding their way and exploring the 21st century. I'm very honored to be reading with these two very fine voices. We're also going to be really launching a new book, Aerotext, by Sudeep Sen, and celebrating Here Come the Dogs by Omar Musa. I'll be reading from my own books. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction to these writers, and then each of us will read for about 10 minutes. That'll leave some space for discussion and Q&A, because we really couldn't start with a discussion, especially with some of these books that are so new. They're just hitting the bookstore, and I want to remind people that these books are for sale in the bookstore. Sudeep Sen is a major new generation voice in world literature and one of the finest younger English language poets in the international literary scene, according to BBC Radio. He's the author of Postmarked India, New and Selected Poems by HarperCollins, Distracted Geographies, Rain, Aria, and he's the editor of the HarperCollins Book of English Poetry. Blue Nude, New Poems in Ekphrasis is a forthcoming title. Shen was the first Asian invited to participate in the Nobel Laureate Week, where he delivered the Derek Walcott Lecture and read from Fractals, New and Selected Poems. Recently, the government of India awarded him the Senior Fellowship for Outstanding Person in the Field of Culture Literature. I think I'm going to introduce both of these poets, so I won't break up the flow, and then we'll delve into a reading. Omar Musa is a Malaysian-Australian rapper and poet from Queen Bayan, Australia. He has opened for Gil Scott-Heron, Dead Prez, and Pharaoh Monch, and performed at the Nuyorican Poets Cafe in New York City. He attended University of California, Santa Cruz. He has released 3 hip-hop albums, 2 poetry books, and received a standing ovation at TEDx Sydney at the Sydney Opera House. He lives in Australia. I've been reading this book, and I want to tell you that it's a very visceral book, but it's also a book that's deeply crafted with very original structure. I was thinking of, the content is not similar, but I was thinking of Basho's narrow book To the Deep North, where he has very instinctive, deeply crafted haiku alternating with a meditative narrative that gives you a sense of both being in the moment and having chronological continuity. So without further ado, and I hate people who say without further ado, I'm going to ask Sudeep to read from his book Aerotext, which is now available at the bookstore and is being launched here. So this is an exciting moment.
So good morning. It's lovely to be back at the JLF after a long time, and it's also fantastic to have a new baby out. I've been pregnant till about last 2 minutes. I'm still going to have not a stillbirth, but hopefully a beautiful baby. I'll start with a poem called Kargil,
and many of you know the historical significance of Kargil. And the poem starts with Derek Walcott's epigraph from Tiopola's Hound. On the street of smoke and fences, gutters gorged with weed and reeking, scorching iron grooves of rusted galvanize, a dialect forged from burning asphalt, and a sky that moves with thunderhead cumuli, grumbling with rain. 10 years on, I came searching for war signs of the past, expecting remnants, magazine debris, unexploded shells, shrapnels that mark bomb wounds. I came looking for ghosts, people past, skeletons charred, abandoned brick, wood, cement that once housed them. I could only find whispers, whispers among the clamor of a small town outpost in full throttle, everyday chores catching outward signs of normalcy and life. In that bustle, I spot war lines of a decade ago, though the storylines are kept buried, wrapped in old newsprint. There's order amid uneasiness, the muezzins cry, the monks chant, baritones merging in their separateness. At the bus station, black coughs of exhaust smoke screen everything. The roads meet, and after the crossroad ritual diverge, skating along the undotted lines of control. A porous garland with cracked beads adorns Tiger Hill. Beyond the mountains are dark memories, and beyond them, no one knows. And beyond them, no one wants to know. Even the flight of birds that wing over their crests don't know which feathers to down. Chameleon-like they fly, tracing perfect parabolas. I look up and calculate their exact arc and find instead a flawed theorem. So it's a nice way to start with a very grim note. So I'll get to a poem called prose poem, microfiction. This book is actually being sold as fiction by my publishers, but I think these are all poems. This one's called Heather. I lie next to the sea. It is dead still, except for the invisible rippling soundless undulations the water makes as it breathes. There is no moonlight, but it is not pitch dark. You kiss me everywhere, everywhere for hours and hours and hours. My lips are dry, my body salt encrusted. You have eaten every bit of pleasure, yours and mine. I feel parched, dry, in spite of all the plenitude of water and our sweat. The sand too is sweating beneath us. Every grain remembers every wave, every caress, leaving behind just salt. A silver layer of salt as a gift, a talisman of love, of their inconsistent meetings. I feel parched like the sea salt gauze. My tongue is parched in spite of your lavender saliva, saliva that has changed from that bouquet to the taste of heather, wild weather-ravaged heather. I look around for light, but I only see reflection. There is more beauty in second-hand glaze. The sky's dark light radiating off your lashes, the water's blue light hiding in your navel, the beach's grainy light lying unwiped on your nipples, and the light's invisible inner light stored in your pupils. The sea is getting restless, but I am dead still, except for the inaudible swishing that I can hear when you press yourself against my heart. I need to taste the grainy light that you wrap your skin in, each and every grain that maps the slow, deliberate contours of your body. Thank you, you're very kind. This particular book, your text, is divided into 5 parts: desire, disease, delusion, dream, and downpour. So that's sort of broadly what it talks about. This one probably comes from the section disease or delusion. You know, there's not much difference when it comes to words. So this one's titled Heavy Water. There is something deeply arthritic about water and pain. The way water seeps into unexpected fissures and bones, the way it conducts pain itself, operatically, electrically. This morning I woke up, as I usually do, in pain. It was a new sort of pain, a pain that I had not encountered before, so I didn't know how to immediately respond or manage it. All this while I had sorted and filed each type of pain into neat, bearable files, each with their possibility of recourse to relief, albeit temporary. It had rained all night, and this morning it continued without any relief. The sound of persistent rain once provided calm, but all this water sound with its chaotic decibel was annoying my breathing, heartbeat, and sight. Whether my sight was blurring due to waters battering my retina's windscreen, or whether it was triggered by the slow accumulation of pain in my heart was difficult to measure or analyze. Only intensity and volume mattered. Cubic liters, milliliters, almost any equation with letters and numbers raised to the power of 3, triadic superscripts, n raised to the power of 3, there lay some oblique clues, but perhaps only to the initiated or those who wished to be part of its intimacy. The irony of intimacy is such that the closest in the family seem the furthest away. Their attempt to be interested, in spite of being uninterested, ultimately measures pain and its intensity. Intensity is a peculiar thing. Its measurements are tactile and ephemeral, quantifiable and infinite. It is measurable, its heat and depth fathomable. It is the ephemeral that is painful. Water creates all the confusion, its saltiness, its acridity, its mineralized purity, all compete in ways that chemical equations find hard to support or balance. Families of electrons, protons, and neutrons speed away, whirring in patterned loops, forgetting all the while that the heart of their orbit may actually feel and breathe. But in science, as in the ambitious, ruthless route of success, there is no room for unscientific thought. As if science and the arts, coolness and emotionality were mutually incompatible or different from each other. I'm in pain and I just want to cry, cry, and cry, so that each searing cry can etch some fragment of a note which has gone unnoticed, so that each measure of pain is no longer diluted for people who listen because they have to. I wish to paint a canvas that invents new indices of pain and water for anyone who wishes to listen and bear, for anyone who wishes to understand, not because they need to, sitting comfortably straitjacketed, but because they are moved by it. We need to be moved by the finer chords of music and art, so that both electricity and opera can operate as they always did, in tandem. But heavy heart, like heavy water, is difficult to dissolve. Their melting and boiling points register unusual scales, scales that peel and peel, echo and layer, untying each and every fiber that breath requires in order to survive. So I don't know how many people have been having dinner, but one of the desserts we had yesterday was gajar ka halwa. A brilliant, brilliant dessert. So this particular piece is actually the exact recipe as to how to make a cracking bowl of gajar ka halwa. And this comes from the section Aerotext. But it's really about cooking. And what's the difference? Indian dessert, it could easily be called gajar ka halwa. Follow it, it works. Clumps of wet smoke simmer in the pan and slowly lift to caress the outline of your breasts as you cook, stirring spices and carrot, milk and cream. Ingredients that conjure recipes of hunger and passion. As you melt sugar and butter and gently stroke flakes of grated almond, more clumps of perfume smoke permeate through the silk of your shirt, now transparent in heat, painting the outer circles of the nipples to an hardened edge, tasting the sweet skin, the surface of the crinkled base, to a creamed mouthful of untampered delicacy. I think after all this, Taliban's going to be on my neck. But hey, that man doesn't have a life. This one's called Silence. Silence. Silence has its own subtle color. Between each breath pause, heat simmers latent saliva, tongue-entwined lisp. Here and there errant clouds wait, yearning for rain, desire melting even silence to words. Words color bleed incarnadine as your lips whisper softly the secrets of your silence. Your fine chicken blouse, white, sheer, and almost transparent, cannot hide the quiet of your heartbeat on your wheat olive skin. The milk white flower adorning your hair sheds a solitary petal, just one. In that petal, silence blooms color, white, transparent white, pure white silence. And I'll just end with a short poem. It's called Desire. It's actually written in an exact sonnet form. Under the soft, translucent linen, the ridges around your nipples harden at the thought of my tongue. You, lying inverted like the letter C, arch yourself deliberately, wanting the warm press of my lips. It's wet to coat the skin that is bristling, burning, breaking into sweats of desire, sweet juices of imagination. But in fact, I haven't even touched you. At least, not yet. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Omar Musa, also known as OBM. I come from a small town in Australia called Queanbeyan, and it's my second time here in Jaipur. Actually, last time I was on the music stage, so it's good to be here sharing some of my poetry with you. This is a simple poem. It's called Dark Streets. You never see the reef coming till you're shipwrecked. You never understand what you write while the ink's wet. You can't tell until it's over, until you're sober, whether that girl on your sofa is a princess, whatever the hell that means, or a hangwoman leading you to the gallows, liver full of shadows, bullets in the blood, lungs full of arrows, tongue cocked back, gunpowder in every step. I sniff the air like a wolf, and there they are, the dark streets where we are wraiths in a wasteland, floating over bitumen and used up spray cans, breakdance taking in the fragrance of asphalt and rain, the rumor of petrol fumes and phantoms with snowflakes in their veins. Because the dark streets flow with addiction and dread, but fuck it, here we are, luck seekers looking for El Dorado, treasure hunters in the Sierra Madre, hoping we don't come up with fistfuls of fool's gold, but deeper we go, shedding mates like skin, betting our futures in late night casinos. We barter the love of our mothers and fathers, lovers and partners for the dark streets, seamless rivers that go from what was to what will be, with the stars above like a spilled bottle of pills. Here we are, as brave and as useless as poetry. Yeah, thank you. This next one, driven them away already. What was it? What did I do? It's all right. This next one got me in a bit of hot water in Australia. It's an old one, but for you guys it's new because you don't know who the hell I am. So let's do it. My generation sat on the brim of the ocean, waiting for the tide to bring something in. My generation was populated by booze hounds and pillheads, crude clowns and bedspreads stained with the neon dreams of cocaine fiends. I mean, the diamond-flooded visions of sex kittens who sweat bullets, glitter and Chanel. I mean, the ones who live in debt to buy spray cans of fake tan. I mean, the ones who drop out of college to get collagen, hoping to hook up with pop-collar Gen Y men with copycat tattoos, rugby contracts and right-angled jaws, hoping to ride amphetamine horses and red Porsches into clubs whose shelf life is over right about now. My generation took solace in false prophets who promised change and did more of the same, whose ideologies of optimism were turned into fridge magnets and bumper stickers. Yes, we can. Yes, we witnessed prime ministers slain, hushed coups in the halls of parliament, heads rolled over bad polls, tongues lolled, drums rolled as newspapers harmonized like baying wolves. New kings and queens would smile for the all-seeing camera's eyes that blink but never flinch, freshly anointed leaders with polished teeth and long knives. They would smile, but deep down they knew that the guillotine also waited for them. My generation bloomed with the blood of artists who sent messages in bottles that ended up lodged in bleached coral, and humanity was a deep fossil to be fossicked someday by a people other than us, while the traditional Aboriginal custodians of the land sweated in the concrete gizzards of government flats. Left-wing activists sipped Merlot and talked of reform. My generation had hot-buttered sex to cookie-cutter music. We made auto-tuned love. Men learned how to have sex on a curriculum of pixelated pink porn star pussy, double D tits and digital dicks, myself included. We made love between oil spills and massacres, tangoed between the headlines of history, flitting between hushed love-making and murder, drafts of cool wine and hellish salt pans wimpling with dancing mirages that brought brief joy to our desiccated hearts. My generation never stopped being children. We grew wearier, but not wiser. We grew older, but not up. And our only possessions were our winged imaginations, sitting on the brim of the ocean, waiting for the tide to bring something in. Thank you. I'm going to use this one. This is a new one. It's totally frivolous. It's not really about anything. Just getting sick of navel gazing, you know. So this is actually, it's kind of about this type of curry noodle soup we have in Malaysia that's very popular in Australia. It's called a laksa. It's very delicious. And sometimes it's so spicy that you're like, woo, this thing is hot, woo, this thing is hot, woo, this thing is hot, serve it on the tabletop, woo, this thing is hot, woo, this thing is hot, woo, this thing is hot, season it and stir the pot. I've been waiting forever in line like a dude in a dough queue. Cooking that spiritual soul food, chicken and noodles and tofu. Give you the power to stand up and fight on your own, two on your own, two. Fighting the powers that be who devour your mind when they try to control you. No, when I'm speeding past, so unseen with my ether bars, so out green when I'm free at last. Sow my seeds in the ears and hearts. No, to the dear departed, honor your name when I bleed my mark when the beacon spark in the streets are dark. Let me know now where my people are. Watch out, this might bring your tongue. Watch out, this might bring your temperature up when your mind is uncensored. I'm heating the soup on the stove and I'm stirring the sun. Watch out, I might be the one. Watch out, you might get addicted. You're telling your people you're losing the plot of the track and the who and the what you become. A summon the past, making you bounce till you're coming apart. Mixing my pot with the sun and the stars. Heaven and hell in my culinary art. What? The summer is ours. Fuck all the cynics and wankers. Nevertheless, we are serving you up with a banquet. And I got you saying, woo! This thing is hot. Woo! This thing is hot. Woo! This thing is hot. Serve it on a tabletop. Thank you. It's called fast speaking poets, you know, so I had to speak fast for a moment there. I'm just going to do one more, alright? Is that cool? Alright, this is off an upcoming album of mine. This is a very difficult thing to write for me. So I'm going to test it out on you guys. I used to pray 5 times a day when I was younger. I'd hear my dad calling me to prayer in the morning. And if I wouldn't wake, he'd tug me on the toe, sprinkle water on my face. I would know it was dawn. And it's time to wake up, wash face and feet. Wishing I was still asleep, I would hear him recite from the Arabic language. It sounded beautiful, but I couldn't understand it. Because we only spoke Malay and English in our home. A vivid disconnect, but I know I'm not alone. Even so, it was a moment of peace, but the problem was I never believed. He would say, there is no compulsion in our faith. But if I challenged anything, he'd go into a rage, so I just went silent. And I seethed all the while, just want a reprieve. Man, this is too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say, it's too hard to say. I swear it's too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say. You see, some gonna hate, some gonna relate. I'm only trying to find my place. Find my place? Some gonna relate. Maybe one day we'll find our place. So I left home quietly. Broke free, stepping out in society. So relieved I was sipping on a cup, more than happy enough to escape from the sermons and the piety. I was raised in a persecuted sect that preached pacifism and community respect. It just wasn't for me, but my heritage was something that I wouldn't reject, and my country had plans for me. My name, Omar bin Musa, I'm proud of it. But people bristle at the very sound of it. Every time I'm stepping on a Qantas, treated like a bomb threat. Every time the internet warriors are on deck with the death threats, or there's a terrorist act, see me as accomplice. Just as bad, the well-meaning what in my analysis and the Islamic historical context I tell them. This is too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say. It's too hard to say. I swear it's too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say. You see, some gonna hate, some gonna relate, but I'm only trying to find my way, find my way. Some gonna relate, maybe one day we'll find our way. I'm trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again. I'm trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again. You see, my atheist mates think it's something I can jettison, like a dead star that I used to wish upon. They don't get it. You can't just wave a wand and just like magic, that part of you is gone. It's not as simple as that. Religion is culture, and culture and raps, all the parts of yourself that you didn't even know were there. The way I do poems with flair, I learn it from the preachers, the way they do speeches, the incandescence that I seek in my art, caring about the poor, equality and charity. I learned from reading the Quran and paying zakat. They say, you could have learned that outside religion, but the fact is that I didn't. I'm trapped again, too Muslim for them, and not enough for them. Where the hell will it end? Thank you. Maybe later.
These poets are visionaries, and it's great to be reading with them. I've been reading Omar's book, and there's a lot happening in that book, so don't be fooled by the skill of those rhymes. There's a lot of literary structure and emotional depth needs to be read, and you need to read Shudip's book too. Just out and very beautiful. I'm going to start with a poem that I'm an American poet, and American poets have been influenced, inspired by U.S. foreign policy. That's probably going to continue. This poem is in the voice of somebody being interrogated at Bagram Air Force Base in 2002 by the CIA. It's called Ben Adan. The American commanded me in gestures, dig a hole. He tossed me a shovel, but the blade had dulled and the haft was splaying, so I had to rein in that strange, wild energy as I opened the earth to my shins, then my knees. At thigh depth, I found a layer of black loam and a tiny blue snail that seemed to give off light. The agent called my name. High above, he mimed a man kneeling, hands clasped in prayer. He must have knelt himself, because I felt the muzzle pressed against the shallow furrow behind my left earlobe, a part of my body I never knew existed. He pulled the trigger, but I know it is just a technique to soften my resistance. Perhaps in a moment he will lift me up and hold me trembling, more scared than I and more relieved. Thank you. That's a poem about a mock execution, which, if you think about it, is a pretty visceral technique of interrogation. It's as if you're being in command of another person's death. I'm going to read a poem called The PowerPoint, which is also about my generation, which is a generation older. And this might be really a poem about how we screwed up. The PowerPoint. That century passed in spurts. All our responses, rage, shame, were etched on our foreheads with a steel nib-bic, yet we could not feel them, barely remember their names. Between the plenary and keynote, we aged a dozen years. During the breakout panels, we gained back a few breaths, a moment of regained clarity when we spoke of Kara melting and allowed ourselves to choke with passion we could not feel. That hole swam with soft glints, reflected off watch crystals, iPhones, chandeliers, racing screens that cannot move. Always the PowerPoint advanced from whale to dolphin to pollock to krill. The image clicked forward like days, frame to frame. Though we long to know what happens in between, the voice followed sinuously. It cannot stop. How we missed the blue chalk dust of our apprenticeship, our yellow dog-eared legal pads crawling with statistics inscribed by hand. Poison in Jacmel, Bhopal, Batampang. The numbers themselves had grown bland, oddly distanced from the marlight on which they were projected. Yet we were children a second ago, eager to learn to inscribe the great zero, our mouths open,
teaching ourselves to spell, tell time, and tie our shoes, sailor not, scout not, as if your love could stop us drawing those knots tighter and tighter in the mind. I'm going to conclude with two short poems, and then we'll hear from the audience. Late summer, this is a love poem. When the rain woke me, I no longer knew and had to remind myself, this is darkness, that's the wine glass, this is the blowing curtain, that's the immense city, it's late in my life, but early in August, this is my wife naked in my arms. The last poem is a poem after 9/11 in New York, and this is just actually a news item. It's called Searchers. We gave our dogs a button to sniff or a tissue, and they bounded off, confident in their training, in the power of their senses to recreate the body. But after 18 hours in rubble, where even steel was pulverized, they curled on themselves and stared up at us, and in their soft, huge eyes, we saw mirrored the longing for death. Then we had to beg a stranger to be a victim and crouch behind a girder and let the dogs discover him and tug him proudly with suppressed yaps back to command and the rows of empty triage tables. But who will hide from us? Who will keep digging for us here in the cloud of ashes? Thank you. And now we enter the Q&A session, so we hope to hear from you.
Really enjoyed hearing all of your work, and I would just have two questions. My first question, could you all talk a little bit about sort of your ideas on the relationship between poetry and protests, like social protests? And Mr. Musa, could you talk a little bit about your thoughts on the relationship between hip-hop and social protests?
Well, I think the simple act of getting on stage and speaking your mind, if you're from a certain background or a certain minority, is a huge act of rebellion and protest and is revolutionary in itself. So what I've seen, well, of course with hip-hop in America and all around the world, is people who have traditionally been considered voiceless, claiming their voices, claiming their stories, telling them unapologetically and in a fiery and ferocious and fearless manner. And in the last 10 years in Australia, I've seen a great sea change in poetry. When I started doing poetry or performing poetry, often I would be the only person with a Muslim name turning up at very, very white events. But with the advent of spoken word and slam, which is not, they're not flawless or unproblematic kind of forms of poetry, I don't think, in certain ways, but they've kind of provided an access point for so many people, and it's caused what I call the brownification of Australian poetry. So now you see people who would never have been a part of poetry getting up and telling their stories. Lebanese Australian kids, Sudanese Australian kids, Aboriginal kids, and it's such a powerful thing, and I think it will start then as a social movement feeding not just into other areas of the arts like script writing and novels and everything, but also into public life, because there's that element of confidence that people get from being able to from finding a safe space for dangerous thought and dangerous ideas. So yeah, of course, they're entirely connected.
And I think I'll just extend that, because he was obviously talking about a certain kind of poetry, which is performative, rap, hip-hop, and so on. But even if you go back to the history of poetry, way back when the poem actually started, a text like Beowulf, for instance, it was an oral poem. And if you read the poem, there's a lot of subversiveness in the text. We don't know who wrote it because various hands had written it, but if you read between the lines or hear between the phrases, you realize actually a lot of it was protest disguised, which is the best form of protest. Protest that is done softly and quietly without actually ranting. And both are valid. I'm not saying one is better than the other. If you take 14 or 16 books of Milton, I think the most attractive figure in Milton's Paradise Lost and Regained is Satan. He's the really cool guy. He is our man. He is the one who's protesting against the set norms and so on. So, the fact, as he said, the fact that we write is an act of protest. It is a political act. Whatever we choose to write, whether it's body politics or textual politics, sexual politics, it doesn't really matter. The fact that we put ourselves out there, it's a very vulnerable thing, and it's incredibly political at the end of it.
I would like to add that it's easy to forget how disempowered people like John Keats or Blake were. Blake was somebody who would get messages saying you have to sleep in another house tonight, the police are looking for you. They've been kind of canonized in reverse, but when they were alive, the society wanted to destroy them and they knew that. So poetry is born out of that vulnerability. There is, I really hate these separations. I really hate the idea that political poetry should be different from personal poetry, that it should be considered a genre. There is a problem sometimes, and certainly not with the poems that I've been hearing today, with political poetry that's moralistic, that's staking out a higher ground for the poet and consigning everyone else to the lower ground. And, I think when Omar mentioned liberals sipping Merlot, there's a political poetry that is the expression of that. And that's a political poetry that's a little bit static. But I think all of our traditions of poetry, Eastern and Western, are born in the human being fighting to survive in a world that feels extremely strange, even though it's been created by other human beings.
Hello, sir. I have a question for Sudhir, sir. Sir, according to you, what is the key to put your heart into words? For you, yes. What is the key to put your heart into words?
The key is to be unafraid, actually. Because, let's face it, poetry is not exactly that publishers tell you to write. They're not waiting for our next book of poems. So you do it in spite of it. You go to any poetry bookshop, any bookshop, you'll be lucky if you find a poetry shelf. And if you do find a poetry shelf, it'll be Khalil Gibran or Rumi translated by Coleman Barks. Somewhere deep in the recesses at the bottom, within the cobwebs, you may find a contemporary poet if you're lucky. So you have to be really brave and do it. Having said that, a lot of bad name to modern poetry has come about because you can write a sentence, break up into 3 parts with a computer and beautiful printers, arrange it in a particular way, and when you print it out, it looks legitimate. But often people forget the best poems include formal elements and which are disguised. And we're talking about rhymes and overt rhymes. You're talking about breath pauses which Dennis uses and a certain kind of line break that he uses. His form is more apparent when he's performing it. So form is crucial to get to the heart, because the reason being, what do you remember at the end are these refrains, the repetitiveness of not only just ideas but phrase units. So after having written the poem, the first flush, the second flush, the fifth, by the time you reach the 15th draft, it's a very different beast. And that's what you set out in the world and hope it can make sense.
If I can comment on that too, Flaubert said that when he was a young writer, he thought you had to really feel the storm to describe the storm. But actually, you want the reader to feel the storm. So the key to that is, as Shudip mentioned, drafts. I find that I can write something that feels very emotional to me. When I read it 2 days later, I think, what was his problem, you know? So it really takes a lot of rethinking and recasting, even to seem spontaneous to a reader, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I mean, it starts initially with just that moment of bravery, a moment of risk. Everything good in writing, it seems to me, came out of, it put the writer into a little bit of peril in some way, even if it's just emotionally or personally, and it was that risk. But then, yeah, I got a really good piece of advice years ago from a Filipino poet who said that you should write in passion and edit in cold blood. So it kind of, that's where the formal side meets those raw emotions. And that served me quite well. So if that's, something that helps out.
And not only that, there's this entire myth, especially amongst younger writers, and I know there are lots of writers and students, I can see some of my students around, you don't have to fall into this very cool, drugged out, alcoholic space to write beautiful words. Actually, some good things can come out of it, but you have to be stone dry, really awake, and really alert when you're editing. It's almost as if that poem belongs to someone else. Because as Dennis said, that when the first flush, you're very close to it and you're in a sort of whirl. But by the time you finish it, the poem needs to stand its own ground without you explaining it or being around. 99% of the time, the poet is not going to be around to explain it. So it's there in a printed page and someone's going to make sense of it. And the only way it works is A, because it's well crafted, B, perhaps it's got some good content, and C, it's formally tight. And I don't mean traditional formally that it should have trochees and iambs and end rhymes and Hopkins internal rhymes. It's to do with the way you sculpt language and make it really tight. That's what survives.
And if I could comment on that, because I do think we have time in this discussion, Shudip is making a beautiful point about the difference that form is not tradition. Those are two different things. In the English language tradition, our classical poets used to improvise all the time, make up new forms, invent new forms. You went for a weekend with your girlfriend and you invented a weekend with my girlfriend form of poetry, and you wrote that. And that doesn't happen anymore. So poets who write in form tend to think of form as something that's received, like a received idea. It's very important to distinguish that if you're an artist, you really care about your form and your structure, but it can be a structure that appears for the first time in your poem, a structure that you invented. But to make it stick, you really have to be committed to it. I should also say that there is something, to me, something sacred about poems that when they work, they can take a life of their own, so that a poem can mean something to other people that it didn't mean to you. And you could say, oh, I didn't mean to put that much in the poem, but the other person got it out of that poem, therefore it belongs to the poem. It may no longer belong to you. That's true of all art. That's even true of folk art. I was listening to some folk tellers from Rajasthan yesterday at the festival, and their folk art also had that complexity where it had degrees of interpretation, and somebody could interpret it in a way that was different from the originator, and that would still be valid.
What Dennis, yeah, go ahead.
I agree.
Okay, he agrees. And to talk about form in a different kind of way, I didn't read the poem out called Bharatanatyam Dancer. Bharatanatyam is one of our foremost classical dances. As an English language poet coming out of an Indian milieu, living in Delhi, born and brought up in Delhi, deeply immersed in dance, classical dance and music, I felt that how do I bring in new forms to English poetry? So for instance, in a poem called Bharatanatyam Dancer, I use the tal and the bone, ta-dhin ta-tai-theta, ta-dhin ta-tai-theta, and I reversed it to make a rhyme scheme which is A-B-A-C-C-A, A-B-A-C-C-A, and that's only the end rhymes of the lines. What I did, in fact, was there was this dancer dancing on stage. I, of course, the the initial part of the story is of course frivolous because I saw this gorgeous dancer. I was of course deeply in love with her, as one does all the time when you see good art, and especially if the woman is gorgeous, bang. Then what I did was, wouldn't it be interesting, because most of us see performance on an XY axis like you're seeing us, the height of the stage, the length of the stage, and you're imagining the depth. So X, Y, Z. I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if I was the lights boy and got on top of the stage, and actually I photographed the dancer rehearsing and thermal mapped each of her dance steps, and when I was looking at all the graph sheets, she quite surprisingly and magically was mapping ta dhin ta tai thai ta ta dhin ta tai thai ta. So that then told me that I should really do something with the form. So the initial part of initially when I wrote the first 5 or 6 drafts, it didn't have the the rhyme scheme I'm talking about. So there are various ways of making a poem new. In my case, I wanted to bring a very, very specific classical Indian idea to contemporary modern poetry. So it's
If I can comment on that too, there's a real plasticity to poetry that has to be formal, and he's mentioning one way of finding a new voice in poetry. An experiment that I did a few years ago in a book called Burnt Island was to take radically different narrators, and I wrote poems that were in the voice of snails and sea creatures and seagulls, and not trying to make them anthropomorphic, but really trying to imagine a wildly different narrator. A poem that never worked, but I once I imagined, you remember how Christian saints used to meditate on poles in the desert, starving themselves. I once wrote a poem from the point of view of the pole that's under the saint. It never worked as a poem, but that's an example of really sort of trying to imagine a different verbal space.
I have one more question.
Shall we take that first?
Sure.
You're going to get the mic.
I'm really sorry to just butt in. I'm also, this is to Umar. I'm also an Australian, and my background is Muslim, and probably similar to what you've said so well in your last, is it rap or hip hop? Seeing how out of touch I am.
Whatever you think it was.
And I was wondering if we can have another one from Umar before.
We could all read something, right?
I think we have time for one more, but why don't you go for it?
One each?
One each. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'll do a simple one. This was influenced by growing up with a Malaysian poet father. My father was a poet in Malaysia. He comes from East Malaysia, Borneo. And I always knew that, but I was recently talking to my grandmother, who's had a very hard life. She was kicked out of home at the age of 8, was living in the streets, tapping rubber, and I learned from her that even though she never learned how to read or write, she created over 50 poems in her head spontaneously that helped her survive when she was going through these hard times. So poetry had helped her through, and so I kind of wrote this short poem based on that. Let me tell you about a father and son feud. Me and him were making art of war like Sun Tzu. In our calmer moments he was vibing off the drum kick flow and the mic check 1, 2. He would hear the freestyles that his son do. Told him it reminded him of days in the kampung, making up rhymes called pantuns. Little kids in the villages, kind of funny how the past becomes you. It's a cycle, move round and round, back and forth like the tidal, waves from the tribal, drums of the past to the black on the vinyl, felt it from the day of my arrival. Is it a surprise that I fly over oceans when my ancestors were sailors and pirates, trading and floating, boats full of spices? Now I pack trunks with a crate full of flavor, some vocals. Did they know it when they planted the seed? That the poetry would grow into a family tree? Many fruits, many flavors, the canopy to shade us, the music in the leaves help the planet to breathe. We're passing on our breath to our children, the brilliant, diamond-cut hope and resilience. Heaven-lit legacy, I'm trying to be a better me. The past is the now is ahead of me. Let it breathe. Thank you.
So we were talking about form and different forms of expression. I just wanted to introduce another aspect, which is things happen in India in various languages. We have, 26 or 27 official languages and so on. And I translate from Bengali, Hindi and Urdu. I read Urdu in Devanagari script, of course. This is a poem which is one of my favorites, which is a poem that influenced me, which got into poetry. It's by this modernist Bengali poet called Jivanananda Das. And the poem, of course, is Bonalata Shen, which has been translated a million times. Clinton Seeley did it, and so on. But the problem I found was many of the translations I found, the content was correct, the characters were fleshed out properly, but somehow in the English translations they didn't get the ras, the real desire, the feel of the Bangla when you hear the incantatory tones in Bengali. So in this particular translation I've tried to map that. I actually took the Bangla poem, took all the ayans and mapped each of the beats and then recreated the poem into English. So I'll end with this. It's you must go out and read this poem and the poet Jivanananda Das, Bonalata Shen. For 1,000 years I've walked this. So it's from Bengali. I've translated into English. From 1,000 years I've walked this earth's passage by day and night. From Lanka's shores to Malay's vast seas, I've travelled much, been a guest at Bimbishar and at Ashok's courts, stayed in the distant nights in the town of Bidharbo. I'm long worn out, around me waters of sea and life have endlessly swirled. My only peace, a fleeting moment snatched with her, Natorer, Bonalata, Shen. Chultar, Kobekar, Ondhokar, Bidishar, Nisha, like the dense ink night of Bidisha, her hair black, deep black, her face like the delicate weave of Shrabosti's filigree frieze. Just as a lost boatman, rudderless, tossing in the far seas, chances upon a lush green isle of spice, I too caught a sight, saw her, a mere glimpse in the dark. Gently raising her eyes like a bird's nest, she whispered, "Where were you all this while?" And there she stands at my dream's end, my own Bonalata Shen. With soft settling hiss of dew, evening closes the day's end. Kites erase from their wings sun-stained smell of flight. When colors of the earth gently fade, fireflies light up their palette, and old songs find new lyric, old stories new score. Birds return home, so do the rivers, as life's trade its give and take ceases. Only the dark stays, and just as it remains, so does, sitting by my side, face to face, my own Bonalata Shen.
We're out of time, so I'm going to conclude with a 3-line poem from the Middle Ages. This is a translation. It's an anonymous poem by a worker in Andalusia. So this is a voice that comes to you from the 14th century. 3 lines. I knocked 3 times at midnight on your iron gate. For someone dying of love, little girl, you're a heavy sleeper. Thank you.
Omar.
We wish to thank Omar Musa, Dean Nurkse and Sudeep Sen. The author will be available to sign his book at the book signing area. Books are available for sale at the book signing as well as the bookshop Full Circle. The festival requests your help in keeping the venue clean. Do take your litter with you and dispose it in the waste baskets which can be found across the venue. Please tweet using hashtag ZJLF or tag ZJaipurLitFest. Thank you.
Humanities makes us ask the big questions. What's it all about? What's the purpose of life?
What does it mean to lose someone? What is loss about?
Nature of the human being, guilt and innocence? It's like the pulsating brain of the universe.
More than a place, it's a spirit of inquiry.
Major intellectual crossroads of the
There's a sense of curiosity, excitement.
Issues that won't stay still in one
The
discipline.
Humanities Center is really the beating heart of this university.
यहाँ वहाँ इधर उधर जहाँ भी जाएगी नजर कह रहा है ये सफर स्वच्छता का रंग भर आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया फैसला ये कर चुका है इंडिया फैसला ये कर चुका है इंडिया बनेगा 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 स्वच्छ इंडिया 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 बनेगा बनेगा रे बनेगा बनेगा रे
हिंदी सिर्फ एक भाषा नहीं, हमारा संस्कार, हमारा इतिहास है। हिंदी एक सोच है, जीवन जीने का तरीका है। अपनी भाषा को इज्जत देना, अपने वजूद को सम्मान देने जैसा है। हिंदुस्तान की सैकड़ों भाषाएं हिंदी में शामिल हैं, इसलिए हमेशा से सबकी पसंदीदा है। देश के सबसे बड़े हिंदी अखबारों में एक है पत्रिका। उत्तर भारत से लेकर पूर्व पश्चिम दक्षिण तक सबके दिलों में बसा है। आज राजस्थान पत्रिका केवल अखबार नहीं, रेडियो, टीवी, मोबाइल, इंटरनेट और अन्य साधनों से लोगों की बात उठाता है। लोगों को जीता है तो उनके दिल जीत कर देखिए। हिंदी पढ़िए और हिंदी बोलिए। राजस्थान पत्रिका, देश का प्रमुख समाचार पत्र समेत। हिंदी सिर्फ एक भाषा नहीं, हमारा संस्कार, हमारा इतिहास है। हिंदी एक सोच है, जीवन जीने का तरीका है। अपनी भाषा को इज्जत देना, अपने वजूद को सम्मान देने जैसा है। हिंदुस्तान की सैकड़ों भाषाएं हिंदी में शामिल हैं, इसलिए हमेशा से सबकी पसंदीदा है। देश के सबसे बड़े हिंदी अखबारों में एक है पत्रिका। उत्तर भारत से लेकर पूर्व पश्चिम दक्षिण तक सबके दिलों में बसा है। आज राजस्थान पत्रिका केवल अखबार नहीं, रेडियो, टीवी, मोबाइल, इंटरनेट और अन्य साधनों से लोगों की बात उठाता है। लोगों को जीता है तो उनके दिल जीत कर देखिए। हिंदी पढ़िए और हिंदी बोलिए। राजस्थान पत्रिका, देश का प्रमुख समाचार पत्र समेत।
This way? You'll be here? I didn't go tonight. Apparently it's quite a treat tonight.
Should I help you with the mic? Yeah, I think I maybe it's or did you just take out? Thank you, ma'am.
anything?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2, the third session at Charbagh on the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Before we begin our session, I would like to remind you that flash photography is neither needed nor permitted in this venue. I would request you to keep your phones on silent, and if you must take an urgent call, to do so outside of the venue. Please do not leave your bags unattended, as the festival is unable to take responsibility for any loss. Please ensure your phones are placed on silent mode, again for emphasis. One last thing, you stand a chance to win JLF goodies. You can tweet using the hashtag ZJLF. The more you tweet, the more points you get. Exciting prizes are up for grabs. For more details, you can visit the information desk. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce our speakers for today's discussion, titled The Peace to End All Peace. Please welcome Eugene Rogan, Margaret Macmillan, Ronald Suni and Anthony Satin in a discussion moderated by Vedika Kant. The sponsor for this session is the Rajasthan Patrika series.
I'm going to check if my mic is working. It looks like it is. Let's start off by introducing our speakers today. It's a very exciting panel, and it's really great to see so many of you turn out to come and hear them speak. To my left, I have Professor Ronald Suni, who's a distinguished university professor at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. He's done a lot of work on Russian history and the history of the Caucasus, and has recently published a book on the Armenian genocide. To his left is Professor Margaret Macmillan, who's the warden of St. Anthony's College and a professor of international history at the University of Oxford. Very specific to this panel, she's written a wonderful book on the Paris Peace Conference and the way in which the peace was settled post the First World War. So we'll be picking her brains about that. To her left, we have Anthony Satin, who's an author, journalist, and broadcaster who specializes on the history of North Africa and the Arab world. His latest book is on young Lawrence. And to his left, we have Professor Eugene Rogan, who's Professor of Modern Middle Eastern History at the University of Oxford, and has written The Arabs, a History, and most recently, The Fall of the Ottomans, The Great War in the Middle East. I won't waste any time and kind of get the conversation started. I'll address the first question to Professor Macmillan. When we talk about the First World War, it's a period I've researched quite a bit. It's something that everyone talks about when they talk about the war, the ways in which the war changed the world, the way in which global politics changed, the ideas of imperialism and nationalism really come to a head, ideas of self-determination come to a head, and that's quite relevant for the Middle East as well. I thought I'd ask you to kind of set the stage for us in a way by talking a bit about what was the tenor of those discussions on the global stage at that time.
Thank you, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I think we have to go back and remember just what a tumultuous event the First World War was. It literally is a watershed in modern history. Things are different after it, and I think it changes it, as you said, it changes the world. It was an enormously costly war, as you know. Some 9 million men died in that war. We don't know how many more were wounded. People died of starvation as a result of the war, and then of course at the end of the war there was the huge influenza epidemic which carried off even more people. And so not only that, but empires were destroyed. Russia had a revolution and what had been a Russian empire fell to pieces. The old Austro-Hungarian Empire at the heart of Europe fell to pieces. All this happened as a result of the war. It might not have happened otherwise. And the Ottoman Empire was in the process of falling to pieces as the war came to an end. And so I think there really was a feeling that the world was changing very fast. It was also a war in which people moved around the world. So many people were involved in that war. Ottoman soldiers, Indian soldiers, which of course Vedika knows so much about, soldiers from my own country, Canada, from Australia. It was a war that really did shake Western societies and shake the societies that were drawn into it and shake, of course, the Ottoman Empire. As the war ended, there was this feeling that a world had been shattered, but also I think a feeling of great opportunity, that suddenly long-suppressed desires and wishes, perhaps for an independent state if you were an Armenian, or if you were an Arab, or if you were a Hungarian, or if you were a Pole. In some cases these peoples had had their states before, but suddenly there seemed to be an opportunity. And so what you get at the end of the war is this tremendous sense of fluidity, of loss, but also of opportunity. And there are really competing ideas about how the world should be shaped, which affect the settlements that are made. The settlements are made in Paris and other European capitals, but they're also being made on the ground by people fighting and pushing. Because if you want your own country, this is your chance to push out the borders as much as you possibly can. And of course, what is going to lead to so much trouble is that so many people could claim the same territory, which is why the peace settlements led to a whole series of smaller conflicts. And if you want to identify two main ideas, and they're the ones that Vedika mentioned that really are competing here, one is the idea that there should be a new type of world, expressed very eloquently by the American President Woodrow Wilson, and that people should determine their own fates, and this notion of self-determination becomes something he doesn't talk much about, but he certainly opens the door for it, and lots of other people talk about it. If you are a people who define yourself as a nation, and that itself is full of problems, but others can talk about that, then you want to have your own state. A sense of being a nation almost inevitably leads to a demand for a separate state with its own borders and with its own administration. But what you also have is a sense that the Western powers still should control the fate of the world. I mean, you have people like the Prime Minister of Britain, David Lloyd George, like Georges Clemenceau, the Prime Minister of France, who still, and I think many of their advisors are still thinking in a way in which they thought in the 19th and early 20th century, that they were the most powerful, most advanced, most civilized parts of the world, and that they had a responsibility, but they also had the right to settle the fate of other peoples around the world who simply could not rule themselves. And so what you get, I think, in the settlements that are made, and you see this so clearly in the case of the former Ottoman territories, you get a real pull between respecting the wishes of those who live there, and the Americans, I think, are more prepared to do that than anyone else, although they still, I think, have something of an imperialist instinct. And then you get the view of the great European powers on the winning side, the British and the French, that really it is up to them to sort out what those people out there are going to live in, what their countries are going to be like. And so this is going to help to make those settlements very, very difficult. I think they would have been difficult in any case because there was such a fluidity, but you do have these clashing principles, which I think are still in a way being played out.
Yeah, I'm just going to, with that kind of setting of the stage, kind of zoom into the Middle East in particular. I'd asked the organizers to put up a map, and I don't know if you can see it yet, but what I wanted to do is show you, what the Middle East looked like in 1914 and what it looked like after 1914 in 1922. Eugene, I wanted to come to you, especially because of your most recent book, talking about the fall of the Ottoman Empire. We today kind of seem to forget that it was mostly Ottoman territory in the Middle East, and the decisions that the empire makes are quite crucial to what the post-war world looks like. I thought I'd ask you to perhaps speak to the audience a bit about, what was the Ottoman Empire like in 1914? What pushes the empire to enter the war? What are the motivations behind that decision to enter the war? I know it's a complicated question, but...
Very small question, very brief answer, and I have a terrible feeling we're all in the wrong event.
Yeah.
We keep hearing the cheering behind us, and either someone's scoring goals or centuries. I'm not sure what's going on out there. But for those of us who are staying with the First World War, let me talk a little bit about where the Ottoman Empire fit into world affairs in 1914, because we talk about a world war, but really the assassination in Sarajevo should have led to a European conflict. It's what everyone had expected. There was a sense that there were issues that rival powers in Europe needed to sort out amongst themselves, and more felt that war was the way forward. Yeah. For the Ottomans, nothing could have been further from their thinking, because since 1908, when they had a constitutional revolution, they'd gone through 3 wars. They'd squarely lost 2 of them.
Yeah.
They had, in the course of those 3 wars, lost their last North African territory in Libya. They'd lost pretty much all of their remaining European territories in the Balkan. In sustaining those war efforts, they had exhausted their economy, and they'd shattered their army.
Yeah.
So in 1914, it wasn't just German arrogance that led the head of the German military mission to declare the Ottomans as a terrible ally who would only be a liability for any country they might be allied to. Lehman was cautioning his government, Germany, against entering into an alliance with the Ottoman Empire just on those grounds.
Yeah.
But the Ottomans knew in 1914 that they had one neighbor who really aspired to key Ottoman territory, and that was Russia. And as early as February of 1914, the Tsar and his government had designated policy to, at the first opportunity provided by war, secure the strategic straits linking the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and to regain Constantinople, ancient Byzantine capital, inconveniently the Ottoman capital, Istanbul, for an Orthodox restoration. And so the Ottomans in 1914 were not keen to enter a war, but they were desperate for an ally who might protect them against Russian ambitions. And I think that's what sets the fateful cycle in motion that draws the Ottomans into a war in which they really had no fight.
I kind of expand from there. We know why the Ottomans were thinking of entering the war, but kind of come to both of you again and ask, what was it that pulled other empires into the Middle East beyond the fact that they were just, now at war with the Ottomans? What were the motivations for wanting to make the Middle East a full-blown campaign? They could have perhaps focused on certain fronts versus other fronts. What were those motivations for the Russians, the British, and the French?
There was a real conflict because the Ottoman Empire was basically weak and was up for grabs. But there were sort of two prongs to European imperial ambitions. One was, will we divide this empire up and each get a piece? But might that lead us to war with one another? Or should we make some kind of agreement and try to keep the empire together just because we don't know who will get what? And in 1914, there was an agreement between great European powers, including Russia, that if we impose a kind of reform on that damned Armenian question and force the empire to accept inspectors in eastern Anatolia, then we can keep the empire, at least for the time being, and prevent a war between all of these pieces, between all the powers. Well, what actually happened was the Ottomans had their own, the Young Turks had their own ambitions, and they were searching around, as Eugene so well put it, for some kind of ally. And Germany seemed a really potential one. But there's a really interesting moment when they agree with the Germans, we're going to be your allies. And then the leader of the Young Turks, Talat, goes to Crimea. We all know where Crimea is nowadays, right? And actually,
hopefully we all know where Crimea is.
And all talk about, and he goes there and he speaks to Nicholas II, the emperor, and to Sazonov, the foreign minister, and says, you know what, we could give up this German alliance if you would agree on our terms to an alliance with you, but give up the reform that's going to benefit these Armenians in the East. And the Russians and the British say no. So the Germans seem preferable, they go back. But these guys were quite tricky, and they were willing to negotiate and feign back and forth as to which side they would agree to. Ultimately, they went with the Germans. Ultimately, that would lead to disaster.
And if you just step back a little bit earlier, about 8 years before the start of the First World War, there was a strong alliance between Britain and the Ottomans. So 8 years in that period leading up to the First World War, it really wasn't clear which way the Ottomans would go.
So do you think once the Ottomans decide to go with the Germans, for Britain and France now, it's a weak empire, it's up for grabs, let's start making deals for what piece goes to whom, in a way? Would you say that's the case?
Well, as soon as the war starts. But remember, the Ottomans don't enter the war straight away. I mean, they wait. I think it's sort of 8 or 10 weeks of war. Not until October do the Ottomans finally enter the war, and on the German side. And really, with the Germans, I mean, the weeks leading up to that, the Germans saying, well, why haven't you? Why haven't you? We have this agreement. Why haven't you started hostilities?
I think there's a feeling that a lot of countries who are on the sidelines have, that as the war goes on, the stakes are going to get higher and higher, and if they're not in there, they won't have a place at the table at the end. I mean, that's why Italy comes in, that's why Greece comes in, that's why I think the Ottoman Empire comes in. But the interest that the British and the French and the Russians and the Italians and the Germans all have in the Ottoman Empire goes back before the First World War because it's so evidently weak. And the question is, if it is going to fall to pieces, who gets what? I mean, there's not much sense that the local people in the Ottoman Empire should make up their own minds about this. The sense is we can't let this go. And for the British, what is crucial is protecting their route out to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. And so they don't want a troubled Middle East under the hands of someone else. I mean, the British spent a lot of time during the war trying to make sure the French, their loyal ally, don't get big bits of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the First World War. And the French are doing rather the same. And of course, what also complicates it is the discovery of oil, because oil is becoming the fuel for navies, among other things. They're switching over from burning coal to burning oil. And so oil is becoming a crucial strategic element. And where do you get oil from? You get it from Romania, but those wells are difficult to get at in the course of the First World War because they're in an area where there's fighting. And increasingly you get it from the Middle East. You're getting it from Persia. They're beginning to explore, they were beginning to explore in the Ottoman Empire in what became Iraq before the First World War. And so there are all sorts of reasons why the European powers, and the ones that win are the ones who are going to, in the end, of course, say what they want, why Britain and France do not want to see the Middle East either dominated by one or the other of them. They're prepared to do a deal. They also don't want to see the Middle East left to its own devices because they fear for what might happen to their own strategic interests.
I kind of want to come back to the point you started your comments with, the kind of the pull and push between imperialism and the kind of nationalisms that you have at this period, and that's something you see here as well. So you have, Britain and France wanting to divide up the empire in certain ways, but then you have, the Arabs, for example, the Armenians, the Kurds, they have their own agendas on the ground, and there's a conflict at times between those various agendas, and that's something you see playing out later on in the war. Eugene, Anthony, and Ronald, I think I'll ask all of you perhaps to come in and weigh in on, what did the war mean for the minority populations or the non-Turkish populations of the empire? What did it mean in terms of, opening up that prospect of self-determination? What did it mean in terms of nationalisms and the growth of nationalisms in the empire?
I think we have to remember the Ottoman Empire had ruled over the Arab lands since the 1500s. So by the time of the First World War, it was a 4th-century reality that made it very difficult for people in the Arab world to imagine a post-Ottoman reality. And the one thing after the Balkan experience of nationalism leading to fragmentation and loss of territory, the Ottomans were very intolerant of any expression of separatist or national ideas. So they, for decades, have been clamping down on any Arabist expression to ensure that the Arabs didn't go the way of the Balkans. And by the time the First World War breaks out, people in the Arab world are thinking about what their aspirations are, but in very narrow terms because they didn't have the freedom to exchange ideas in newspapers or in public meetings. And they were also quite nervous about European intentions. They knew that France had real aspirations over the Syrian regions. They'd known that since the 1860s. And so the interesting thing is, even Arabists on the eve of the First World War were still Ottomanist in their outlook. Most of them had adopted a position that the Ottoman Empire should reform and the Arab world should stay in that Ottoman Empire, but as a sort of dual monarchy on the Austro-Hungarian model. That you'd have an Arab-Turkish empire, and that the Arabs would stay an integral part of that, but within the Arab provinces, they would be predominant in administrative posts. They would have, their language would be used in public life. And the interesting thing is, in the course of the First World War, when the Arab revolt breaks out, about which Anthony is the expert, these beliefs are put to a test because the Sharif of Mecca is calling for an Arab revolt. And he's appealing particularly to Arabist officers in Ottoman service. And we know from some of the memoirs of these men that they had huge debates in 1916 amongst themselves. They reject the Sharif's call because he's calling for independence. And they're afraid he will lead them into European domination and colonization. They, as Arabists of the secret Ahad society, had always aspired for this reform of a dual monarchy and keep the Arab provinces under the Ottoman Empire to stay out of European control. So I think, Vedika, we can even question that nationalist underpinning in these times.
But I do think that there is that there was a growing Arab identity. In 1912 there was the first Arab Congress in Paris, and the discussion is, well, who are we? What are we? And are you an Arab if you live in the Arab lands? Do you have to be a Muslim? Do you have to? Are you an Arab if you speak Arabic? So a sense of being able to identify what is an Arab in that Ottoman entity, and I agree. I mean, there was no sense of any resolution passed at that Congress of anyone calling for separation from the Ottomans. I mean, and interestingly, the Zionists were there at the conference as well, because they were clearly going to be part of. If there was going to be some renewal in that region under the Ottomans, it would involve the Zionists as well. But when the war comes, there's a sense of well, we can do something, maybe something else can come out of this. And the British, referring to your point of nationalism and imperialism, is the British who stoke that in a way by, on the one hand, having a sort of a big regional agenda, but on the other hand, encouraging the Sharif of Mecca to raise his standard and come out with his independence, because the British needed Arab soldiers. There weren't enough British troops or Indian troops in the region to fight on that huge expanse. So you had that sense of the empire and nationalism sort of coming into conflict because of British duplicity.
Yeah. I think in some ways we all fall into the trap of seeing nationalism as bigger than it really was before the First World War. And that's understandable. History is a social science which came up with the nation state, was complicit in making the nation state, and so nationalists and historians often collaborate together in a funny, maybe sometimes unconscious way. And I think following what my colleagues have been saying, this war, you don't have to be a Leninist to say this, but this war is an imperialist war, or it's a war between imperial powers, right? In the course of that war, and I think this is what Anthony just was mentioning, imperial powers stoked nationalist movements. Yeah. They did it in Ukraine. They did it in Poland. And the Tsarist Empire did it with Armenians, and the British with the Arabs. So we might be exaggerating the role of nationalism as an instigator, but it is certainly something that's being fueled at this time. Yeah. But what we have often as historians called the age of nationalism, even driving it back to the French Revolution, is much more an age of empires competing with one another, sometimes utilizing nationalism. And remember, the sun, and you know this better here in India than anywhere, the sun doesn't set on the British Empire until well after the Second World War, not the First World War.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, but kind of coming back to that point about the ways in which imperialism stokes nationalism, and your point about British duplicity, in a way, we love talking about British duplicity here.
Three people
Canadian.
Yeah, that's right.
But one of the things that is quite striking when you kind of talk about the First World War, especially in the Middle East, is the various kind of agreements, treaties, secret pacts that are being made. And I thought Eugene and Anthony, I'd ask you, and Professor Macmillan, please jump in as well, about what were some of these, we all hear now about Sykes-Picot, but that wasn't the only one. There was the Balfour Declaration. There was also the letters between the Sharif of Mecca and McMahon, if I'm not wrong. So I thought I'd ask you to perhaps talk to the audience about some of these correspondences that were going on, and the ways in which the powers were thinking about dividing the Middle East from the very beginning of the war, and were thinking of co-opting those nationalisms towards their own ends, and how those didn't always, they were quite often at odds with each other and what they were promising to various people.
Vedika, your questions are ones that we all want to answer. And so you ask these things, and then I can see we're all sort of jostling for position. If I may start off on this one, I mean, Ron referred to the Eastern question. And the Eastern question was less, what do we do about this ailing Ottoman Empire? It's more to do with how do we agree among ourselves on how to divvy up the lands so that the collapse of the Ottoman Empire does not lead to European continental wars. The Eastern question was actually always a European question. And with the outbreak of the war, the one agreement we all forget is the Constantinople Agreement, which is concluded in March of 1915, even before the beginning of the Gallipoli campaign. And it really set in motion the whole partition process, or diplomacy process, right through the war years. And it was Russia who knew precisely what it wanted in the Ottoman Empire. I've already referred to their claims to the Straits and Constantinople. And they wanted an agreement firm with Britain and France on those territorial aims. And so they initiated diplomacy in February of 1915. The French were very quick to agree, but said they wanted Syria and Cilicia, the area around the Adana coast, in return. Interestingly enough, Imperial Britain didn't know what it wanted. And so it said they would sign on without prejudice, that they would claim a territory of equal value to them as and when they declared it. It turned out to be Mesopotamia. But in March of 1915, we know that Britain didn't enter into the conflict with the Ottoman Empire with specific territorial ambitions. It just didn't want to be left out of the grab. And that sets the tone for everything that's to follow. The next of the partition diplomacy is going to be between Britain and the Sharifs of Mecca to draw them into the conflict in the Arab Revolt. That has much more to do with Britain trying to harness Arab nationalism to foster internal dissent in the Ottoman Empire than any genuine support for Arab nationalism. Nationalism, of course, was anathema to the British as imperialists. When they concluded that agreement, conceding an Arab kingdom to the Hashemites, they knew they had to go back to the French and find out what were the boundaries of that Syria that they'd agreed to give them the Constantinople Agreement that maybe they'd now contradicted with their agreements with the Hashemites. And then when it comes to Balfour, it's when the British, having fought their way through the Sinai, having just broken through the gates of Gaza, realized that they actually want to retain Palestine not as an international solution, but to secure it for their own rights, to protect the Suez Canal. Then you have this sort of ongoing process of constant renegotiation of what territorial ambitions would be in the course of the war. The diplomacy was as fluid as the warfare, and the ambitions in the territory changed across the board. And any instrument they could use, Armenian, Arab, Kurd, they deployed towards their own ends.
I remember reading in your book, Professor Macmillan, this wonderful anecdote of, at the end of the war, I think David Lloyd George looking at a map of the Middle East and saying, kind of deciding what bits he wants for Britain and saying, yes, I like that, what's in Syria? Nothing there, so the French can have it. And that kind of speaks to what you're saying about the fluidity of the situation. But at the same time, and coming back to a point you'd made earlier, these were people, say in Paris or London or wherever, kind of deciding what the boundaries would look like on the ground, but there were actually people on the ground who were challenging what those boundaries might be. We of course have, the Arab Revolt, but most importantly, perhaps, in one way, Atatürk and Turkey, they managed to kind of reject the kind of peace that the Allies want to impose. I thought I'd ask you, what perhaps makes it easier for the Allies to impose a certain kind of peace on certain regions, and makes it easier, or not easier, but actually allows certain players to come in and actually manage to reject that kind of peace. Do you think it's a structural issue? Is it just force of personality? What actually happens?
I think what's important to remember, and just to build on what Eugene was saying, is that a lot of it was very fluid. I mean, during the war, it wasn't at all clear. We now know who won, but it wasn't at all clear until the summer of 1918 who was going to win. And so a lot of what they did was making policy on the fly. A lot of what they also did during the war was sort of sit around. I mean, lots of foreign officers were saying, well, if we win, what would we like? And they had shopping lists, which were in their back pockets, often quite dusty, saying, well, we've always really wanted that. You also had the added complication of India playing, still part of the British Empire, but the Indian government playing its own role, saying, well, we want to make sure that southern Mesopotamia, the area around Basra, is not left to anyone else because it's important for us. We want to make sure that the Suez Canal is safe because that's vital for us. And so it's very, very fluid. But what also makes it complicated is that at the end of the war, not all the different bits of the Ottoman Empire are as developed, have as developed national movements as others. There's a strong sense of Turkish identity, and there's a strong sense of Egyptian identity, and a strong, deeply rooted Egyptian national movement. But there is not yet a strong sense of an Arab identity. I mean, Arabs, are they part of, are they citizens of Damascus? Are they citizens of the Ottoman Empire? Are they part of a greater Arab nation? I mean, these are still questions that are up for grabs. There is virtually no Kurdish identity in spite of what the Kurds now would like to think. I mean, there are a few intellectuals sitting around in Istanbul saying, wouldn't it be nice if we one day had a Kurdistan? And I think that's what also makes it difficult. I mean, yes, you do have the people on the ground, some of whom are quite well organized, some of whom haven't yet begun to think that they need to be organized in this way. And then, of course, you also have the powers who, when the war ends, say, well, we've got to get something out of this. And all these sort of ideas and promises that have been made during the war, often in haste, now suddenly have to be dealt with. And so you get these complications with the Balfour Declaration promising a Jewish homeland in what is Arab territory. You have the McMahon, the Hussein-McMahon letters saying something which seems to be rather different. You have Sykes-Picot, which is different again. I don't think they ever thought the bill would come home. I mean, they were just making policy on the fly.
The war is an imperial war, you might say, but it's interesting that at the same time, it's an anti-imperialist war. That is, or at least there's both the nationalist movement we've been talking about, and there's also the Russian Revolution, and Lenin's claims about national self-determination, Wilson's echoing of these things. He's come out of the socialist movement originally, but is then taken over by this somewhat liberal American president. This is a period also in which there's the beginnings of what we might call modern human rights. There's this declaration by the Allies in May of 1915 when the Turks are massively deporting and massacring Armenians, that they will be held responsible. And it's the first time that crimes against humanity is mentioned in an international document. So a whole slew of different things are coming out. Margaret said this at the very beginning. This war is transformative. The world that was known, the Edwardian world or whatever, before this, the Gilded Age, whatever, before 1914, is going to be totally transformed by 1918, by the Russian Revolution, by Wilsonianism, by the rise of the nationalism, the Arab Revolt, and the game is off, and it's a new game that's going to be played internationally.
The other question that I had for you was, you mentioned Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, the kind of ideas of self-determination. How early or how late in the war do you think they start to really impact those ideas of national identity? How do they actually impact the way? So we know that when the peace is being negotiated, this idea of mandates comes up. So you can't really have a colony anymore, you have to have a mandate. How does that impact how people on the ground in the Middle East are thinking about their future? How does it impact what they're thinking about in terms of national identity, in terms of determination? Are they happy, unhappy with the idea of being a mandate? These are questions that are they being debated?
I think certainly as far as the Arabs were concerned, there was no intention they were going to be a mandate. I mean, the Arab revolt happened because the Arabs believed and still claim they were led to believe by the British that they would be given full and free rule over their lands. And their lands, as far as they were concerned, was everything that is now Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and up through and Lebanon and Palestine. Yeah. I mean, there was no sort of halfway measure, as far as I understand it. That's what they were fighting for.
Well, that's what the Hashemites were fighting for.
Yeah.
And of course, you had many variants of Arab visions that were at one and the same time being played out. That you had a distinct politics around, let us say, Mount Lebanon or Libanism. You had a sort of Syrian national idea in its germination. You had a similar idea around Iraq. We always neglect Ibn Saud's expanding kingdom, but it was an uncomfortable reality for the Hashemites. His forces were proving far more zealous and far more successful than were those of the Hashemite armies. And the idea that there was one Arab view on what kind of future they were aspiring for was exactly what was missing. Even in the conduct of the Arab revolt itself, there was such a low degree of participation by Arabs across the empire. It really was a localized fight, confined more or less to the area along the Hijaz Railway, but never the massive uprising of the Arab peoples trying to throw off the Ottomans and seek their own rule. But the one thing they knew they didn't want was that European rule. And so mandates...
And yet, curiously, they were fighting with British gold. I mean, if there wasn't British gold, I wonder whether there would have been an Arab revolt.
But only those who received British gold fought with the Arab revolt, which is why it never became a mass movement. Again, we keep saying the overstating the nationalism. We can overstate the Arab revolt. It was a very small movement, and it drew on a very tiny margin of the population of the Arab world. But the Arab world had one idea in common, which is that they did not wish to be ruled by non-Muslims, by Europeans, by foreigners. And so the idea that mandates was in some way a middle ground between national self-determination and outright imperial rule never persuaded the Arab public. They saw the concept of mandates as imperialism by another name, and they fought against it in Egypt in 1919, not a mandate, but certainly in Iraq in 1920, 1925 in Syria. It was not the solution that anyone aspired to.
Once Wilson, Lenin, whomever, raises this idea of national self-determination, and we've had this kind of talk about the nation as the source of legitimacy for states from the French Revolution on, but in World War I, once this principle is expressed, then everyone has to sort of make a claim that we're also a nation over here, don't forget us. And it's not clear what the principles would be. But in order to, from this period on, really, the name of the game is nation. And if you want to ultimately have state power, or a degree of autonomy, but really state power, then you need to be a nation in the League of Nations, what will become the United Nations. And that's a very new and ultimately subversive principle. Because one, it means that empires who are going to fight hard to survive are now less legitimate, or at least their legitimacy can be questioned. And think about the movement in India between the wars with Gandhi, etc. So this is a struggle is going to ensue for the next 20, 25 years. And secondly, very importantly, nationalism also is a philosophy that the nation and the state ought to, if possible, be congruous. They ought to be the same, which means that you've got to get rid of or dominate others, minorities. And this leads to the disaster of genocide as well, which becomes a real feature of the 20th century.
I think sometimes we can be too sentimental about nation states. I mean, the ethnically based nation state can be enormously intolerant, if not murderous, of those who don't belong. I mean, part of ethnic nationalism, and I would distinguish it from a sort of civic patriotism when you say, I think my country's okay. I mean, I think Canada's okay, but I don't think it's all based on particular race or particular type of person. But the nationally based ethnic states, I think, are terrifying, because what they're saying is, we're us and you're not. You don't belong. You don't fit in. You're not part of us. And that leads, as we see, to horrors. And I think also, I think the emergence of nationalism, it's going on. I mean, Woodrow Wilson actually said, I think it was in 1920, he said, if I'd realized quite how many nations were out there, I would never have uttered those words.
Insight, finally.
Yes.
No, but that's definitely true in the Middle East. You kind of see the kind of ethno-nationalism of the Turks, which kind of also excludes the Arabs. And I think one of, probably a kind of foresight in the way the Turks decide to fix their boundaries is that it's a very contained idea of a nation. They don't want to reach out to the Arabs any longer. They pretty much decided that's not for them. And they leave the Arabs to fight it out with the Europeans in a way. I kind of wanted to perhaps move the discussion a bit to the present, especially given what's happening in the Middle East. And I thought, Eugene and Anthony, you particularly travel through the region a lot. and in recent months and in the last year or so, there has been a lot of talk about what's happening in Syria, what's happening in Iraq with the rise of Daesh, ISIS, ISIL, however you decide to call them. And the way in which they are kind of referring back to history and kind of arguing that they are challenging the kind of borders that were imposed on them. I thought I'd first of all ask you, what has your experience been when you travel in the region? Is the kind of post-war border settlement something that is still talked about when people talk about, what shape countries in the Middle East are taking?
I mean, the most obvious example of that is Daesh, the so-called Islamic State, which now sits on both Iraq and Syria and straddles the border that was established effectively by the Sykes-Picot Agreement. And I think it's on YouTube. There's a video of them actually sort of ploughing over the border and sort of, Sykes-Picot, you are now dead, and sort of claim, as though to claim, they've now moved on in history. But on the ground, I mean, that's not what you hear. I mean, the Sykes-Picot, up until very, very recently, was almost never referred to. The really burning issue has always been the Balfour Declaration and the creation of the State of Israel, which is much more problematic for the region and has been up until the appearance of Daesh. I think, of course, the nations that were created. You look at Lebanon, for instance, so the civil wars and you look at all the wars that have happened in the region, but particularly the Arab-Israeli wars have been the things that have traumatized that region, and I think have led to the situation we have now. And that's Balfour, that's not the drawing of the line.
Yeah.
I totally agree, and I think...
Oh, good.
Actually, it's really boring. I totally disagree. I think the past century turned these artificial realities into concrete nation states.
Yeah.
We can all accept that the genesis of these states was illegitimate and imperialist in its conception. But it would be a mistake to believe that Syrians do not have an identity today distinct from Iraqis or from Jordanians. They do. And it's not because the way in which the boundary was drawn was illegitimate that you have ISIS straddling Iraq and Syria. It's far more a reflection of the way in which governments have been overthrown in Iraq and Syria, leaving power vacuums and leaving disenchanted Sunni populations who have fallen in line with a utopian Sunni vision of domination. That, though they might like to claim some legitimacy through overturning imperialist acts, it really has more to do with the power vacuum that's emerged in the Middle East since the toppling of Saddam Hussein by an American invasion in 2003. So very much by exterior forces there, but the collapse of the power of the Syrian regime since 2011 through what is basically a civil war within Syria itself. And I think in that sense, we can get over enthusiastic about the legacy of Sykes-Picot. I do hear it invoked. I was just in a meeting in Amman. The Jordanians there were all quite obsessed with Sykes-Picot. But the one that strikes me as a parting shot, since writing The Fall of the Ottomans, I wasn't sure because I dealt with the Armenian genocide as a genocide, and I didn't know whether I was burning my bridges with Turkey. Indeed, it's the opposite. I keep getting invited back. But the thing that I am struck with constantly by my Turkish hosts is how aggrieved they are still about the Arab revolt. And if they were willing to write off the Arab lands and the Kemalist revolution and the National War of Independence in 1922-23, it's because they viewed the Arabs as having betrayed them, as having stabbed them in the back. And the thing that shocks me is that while they might have thought that in 23, I'm surprised to hear people say it to me in 2016.
There's one more big problem coming up, and I won't say it'll be the greatest problem, but it'll be one of the greatest, and that's the Kurdish question. So here's people that was largely left out, not mentioned in really Sykes-Picot except as an autonomous region. But now, one of the most effective elements against ISIS, allies of the United States, who on several occasions have betrayed the Kurds in the past. That seems to be the pattern of the Kurdish national struggle. But this is a big question because, as Margaret mentioned, Turkey decided sometime in the late part of the war, but really with Kemal's movement against the Greeks and others, the Armenians, in the early 1920s, to form an ethno-national state. And everyone in that state was going to be Turkish, including the millions of Kurds who would be Turkish, mountain Turks or something of that sort. And the Kurds ultimately never accepted that, and themselves began to generate out of their various asherets and tribes and whatever, a sense of some kind of Kurdish identity, perhaps a Kurdish nation. What's really interesting now is that the Kurdish leadership, at least a significant part of them, has decided that maybe an independent nation state won't be the future, but some kind of autonomy, even transnational autonomies that will become a state. The Turkish government has decided against this and has launched a vicious war in southeastern Turkey and against Kurds in Rojava, western Kurdistan, that is Syrian Kurdistan, and even Iraqi Kurdistan, where they're more friendly to them, against the Kurdish movement in general. That seems to me really the wave of something we have to watch very carefully. It complexifies, it makes much more complex this struggle against ISIS because the Turks are on every side all at once.
And I think one of the most difficult things we face as we think of how you build states that work effectively and protect their minorities, because the danger of majorities is they can oppress minorities if they see them as somehow, particularly if they see them as somehow different. And I do think we need to think more about different kinds of states. I mean, my own country, Canada, is a country in which we have a considerable amount of autonomy within the provinces, and that is particularly important for the French-speaking province, or the predominantly French-speaking province of Quebec, where separatist feeling, I think, has been mollified and in a sense co-opted by a considerable degree of decentralization, so that in Quebec, education is controlled by the state provincial government. The provincial government has decreed that French will be the language of business. Culture is managed by the local government, which means that we can coexist with each other. It means that there are also some protections for French minorities elsewhere in Canada and some protections for English minorities in Quebec. And the dangerous thing, I think, again to go back to the nation state, is the way in which it treats its minorities. Even if it doesn't expel them or kill them, it tends to deprive them of full citizenship. And I think this is we're seeing very clearly in the case of Turkey, and it's really regrettable because in so many ways Turkey has built a very effective, functioning and deeply rooted democratic state, but it is not treating the Kurds democratically.
And there is a potential solution, and I think Canada is a good model. That is, there's this thing called federalism. That is some kind of oxymoron, shared sovereignty. You have a bit of power, we have a bit of power. That would be a way out. That's what the Kurds actually want in Turkey. That's what the Eastern Ukrainians, under Russian influence, want in Ukraine. That is, there's a sense in which that solution is very suspect, both in Ukraine and in Turkey, because of the experience of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was a kind of pseudo-federal state, unlike the United States and Canada, and it fell apart in any case. And so people in Ukraine, people in the Turkish government are wary about a federal solution. But I don't see any solution besides that.
Coming back to that point, don't you think it's also suspect because of that history of minorities kind of getting a sense of nationalism and wanting to break away from the empire? So you have that in the Balkans, of course, but then with the Armenians and the Arabs to a certain extent, this sense of we've been stabbed in the back by our minorities, so what we want is an ethnically coherent state, because that's the only way in which the state will be viable and not break up. In the future, I find that very interesting because it's something that's very relevant to India. Given the amount of diversity we have, how do you actually ensure that the state doesn't break up? When you look at the Middle East now, the state of the minorities there is a very tragic thing. And I do agree with Professor Macmillan that needing to protect the minorities is a very important aspect of maintaining.
And there's one group we haven't mentioned at all in this, and who I think are absolutely key, and that is the Palestinians, who who are badly impacted by the post-First World War settlement and by the Balfour Declaration, the creation of the State of Israel, and an awful lot of the bad things that have happened in the regions, since the First World War have happened because of the problem with the Palestinians. Yeah. And I think until that is resolved, that's going to rumble on and on.
Yeah, clearly lots of things in movement that still have to perhaps reach conclusion somehow or the other. I kind of close on that note, but ask if I can open up to the audience to ask their questions, of which I'm sure there are many. I can see lots of hands up. I would request people not to make statements, please. Please, we don't want any other parallel presentations after our speakers have already spoken. But please ask questions and please try to be short.
In light of the oil prices crashing and the state of the world economy and the strife which is going on in Middle East, what is the way forward? What is the future in Middle East?
Oh, gosh. I'll ask all of you to weigh in on that.
I'll ask you.
The future is bleak.
What's the way forward?
It's not just the price of oil. And it's not just what's happened in Syria and Iraq. 2011 was a moment that raised great aspirations that people might begin to force their governments to be accountable, take the fear out of politics. The unfortunate thing is revolutionary movements that overthrow autocrats leave power vacuums. And we now have a region which has been so shattered by internal conflicts and conflicts from abroad. I think of the Saudi-led war against Yemen. I think about what is being fought out in Iraq, the images recently of liberated Ramadi. The continuing destruction of the fabric of cities across Syria. And Libya, which doesn't get nearly as much press attention, but remains in the hands of rival militias and warlords. And we're dealing with a region whose problems now are so deeply entrenched and widespread that it truly is a generational shift that it will take to address that. And it's coming at a moment where low oil prices mean the region's own liquidity, ability to pay for such reconstruction, is at an all-time low. The only thing that gives me a glimmering of hope for the region's future is the return of Iran to the international community through its atomic energy deal. It would be far more stabilizing force as a player in the state system than the destabilizing role it's played as a pariah. So a little glimmer of hope in what I think is a generation of quite somber reality for the Middle East.
Well, I would just add that we could have a whole discussion on the implications of the return of Iran, but another glimmer of hope I think is that sense of aspiration that was raised by the Arab Spring I think is still there, a sense among people, and I know this certainly from Egypt, that if you can overthrow two presidents, as they have done since 2011, then they can probably do it again.
I don't know.
Possibly a bit of an unfair question. Going back to the end of the First War, would any of you care to indulge in a counterfactual for in relation to Sykes-Picot and perhaps Balfour? In other words, is it possible, given the conditions of the time, that other outcomes might well have been contemplated and things perhaps would have been better?
Yes, I think it's always possible to contemplate other outcomes, and Sykes-Picot was not a treaty. It was an agreement, and in fact it got modified quite a bit. So I mean, it could have been, both sides could have agreed not to do it, or they could have changed it even more. The Balfour Declaration, of course, was very carefully worded to say Jewish homeland and not Jewish state, although everybody knew that that's what was implied, but it didn't have to develop into a Jewish state. I think what we have to recognize is the limited power of the great powers. I mean, I think they felt they were still capable of solving or settling all the world's problems, but in fact they had limited power over what to do. And I think the question I keep asking, and I suppose we should all ask ourselves, is what would have been a better solution? I think there is some justification for creating a state of Iraq. Those three provinces had a sort of coherence. They had a geographic coherence. Yes, they were multinational and multi-faith and multi-ethnic, but that doesn't prevent them from becoming a country. And Iraq, I think, was in the process of becoming a country, part of its time. And part of it, I think, is that it isn't just what happened at the end of the First World War, it's where the Middle East is. It's always been, or almost always been in history, affected by outside powers, whether it's Russia or the United States today, or China. I mean, it is a part of the world, partly for resources, partly for geography, that is not ever, as far as I can see, left alone to settle its own affairs.
Lots of questions. Can we have one? Can we have the mic in front?
Thank you. That was a fascinating discussion all of you had. But I was struck that you framed the discussion very differently this year to the way it was done by a different group of historians at this conference last year, who took a very longue durée perspective, started going, and they talked about Islamic sense of grievance going back to the Crusades, and that had a lot of traction explaining what's going on with the ISIS today and so on. I just wondered whether you all had a thought on the role of Islamic grievance in this very troubled area of the world.
Anthony, Eugene?
Leave it to them.
Islamic grievance.
There you go.
No, I think that people in the Islamic world learn about their history as a matter of course. So if you graduate from high school, you had a certain number of years to learn about the glories and the setbacks in Islamic history. So there is knowledge, there is historic knowledge in that sense of, let us say, the experience of the Crusades, their rejection by the Mamluks. But I still believe that people today in the Arab world, as in anywhere in the world, respond to more immediate grievances. They may like to fall back on the symbolic power of history to try and justify or legitimate the things that they're doing. But I don't think it's a prime motivator. And in that sense, I would take a different view than that of last year's panel, not because I think the longue durée is irrelevant, but if we're looking for the primary causes, I do think that we'll have to come to those causes that most directly influence people's lives today and in their immediate past. And in that, I'm often struck by how short our historical memory is. And it varies from place to place and region to region, issue to issue. But I think it's more immediate drivers would be my personal view.
Nothing to add?
I think that Islamism, rather than Islamism is now become, in the absence of a Soviet Union, of a strong international socialist movement, as an alternative to American-dominated capitalist modernity, whatever you want to call it, Islamism has become the default position of people who oppose the kind of hegemonic power of the West. Regrettably, this is, to me, a reactionary, counter-revolutionary, disastrous movement, but it makes sense that in that part of the world and in some other parts of the world, fundamentalisms, simplifications of history, often based on religious or faith or whatever, have become so dominant. In my country as well, in the United States, we have our own fundamentalisms. We have what I would call, we have populism, which is, I used this phrase this morning. Trotsky once said, Stalinism is the syphilis of socialism. I would say populism is the syphilis of democracy. That is, it can always go down to the lowest common denominator. And these simplified solutions to complexities of the rapidly transforming modernity or capitalism, it seems to me, are something that people, in the absence of understanding, seek. And that's a great danger in the Middle East, but also in the developed West. In Europe now, with the anti-immigration movements and the rise of right-wing movements, it's a fearful world. I think Eugene had his fingers on that, that we're living in, a kind of world that it's very hard to be optimistic about. But, of course, history changes rapidly, and it seems to me there are always some shreds of hope out there. We just have to look for them.
Yeah. We have a question right there at the back, and then we'll come back to the front.
Good afternoon. From the entire discussion, a very interesting idea has been that of nationalism.
And owing to even, let's take Balfour Declaration as an example, how do we approach nationalism as an ideal when it comes to nation state? Do we take like an objective approach or a subjective approach? Because the entirety of the most sensitive the idea of nationalism is the identity of the citizens, but then we're trying to strike a balance and to create this homogenized, to have no conflicts per se.
No,
sorry, I hope I sound coherent.
No, I think I kind of understood that. So how do you, nationalism in its early stages, like what's the lowest common denominator? How do you kind of get to a point where you feel that we are part of a nation, or this is a national identity in a way?
Well, it's often people like us, historians, who help to create it.
We're guilty.
We're guilty, and we often write very bad history. I mean, national movements depend in part on a history. And again, I'm thinking of that, all nationalism, I suppose, in a way, but the histories that were written in the 19th century as European nations were emerging were, for example, there has always been something called the German nation, and it's always very conveniently located in something called the mists of time, because you don't have to find it, but it's sort of somewhere in there. And then it emerges, and it's always been there. And so you get German historians writing in the 19th century. You can see it in every national history. The Germans were always the toughest people in Europe, and they were always the only ones who could fight the Romans, and they've always been like that. And they've just gone like this, marching down through the centuries. It's rubbish, and it's wrong, but it's very powerful. And I mean, I think a healthy nation, and I think we don't have the right words in English. We use nationalism for what I would call civic nationalism, which is simply you're proud to be part of a particular country, and you'll give it your support, but you will criticize it as well. And you don't see that being part of this particular country means that you have to be this type of person. And there's the other kind of nationalism which says you can only be French if you speak French and you're Christian and your ancestors were born here. And that's what I call ethnic nationalism, and that's the one that's really poisonous. And I think we have to keep combating it. I think we have to say these histories on which such ethnic nationalism is based are wrong and are stupid, and that is not who we are, and that's not what we want to be. But I think we need another sort of vision, that there is another kind of nationalism which is inclusive, which says, look, you can come, we respect that you eat different food, you want to speak a different language, you have to accept certain things about us, but we can work together and live together. And I think that's the kind of nationalism I would like to be part of.
Take a question.
I was just wondering, you brought up the question of the nation state, which is a Western European idea, a European idea which works in Europe. Do you think it is theoretically incompatible with society in the Middle East, with societies that are heterogeneous? I mean, given the example of India, where a nation state has been fairly successful, with a few notable exceptions, and it's getting worse, at dealing with ethnic nationalism and dealing with minorities.
We talk a lot about empires, and empires had a kind of resurgence of interest after the fall of the Soviet Union. Suddenly it was fashionable to talk about empires because they seemed to be accepting diversity and multinationality. Of course, and that's okay, and empires in fact did respect a certain degree of diversity for long parts of their history, but they were also hierarchical and made distinctions between ruling institutions or peoples and those who were below, who were to be subordinate, subaltern, and obedient. And the nation state, at least, was about some kind of horizontal equivalence, equality, and in the worst cases, homogeneity, the thing that Margaret called ethnic nationalism. But it seems to me in India, in Canada, and to a degree in the United States, you have an alternative to ethno-nationalism and to imperial hierarchy and subordination, and that is multinational states. States that both respect diversity, even institutionalize it constitutionally or in law, and that seems to be here in India, that respects a degree of federalism, limited sovereignty both at the center and at the locality. And maybe that's a future for the majority of states that are indeed not homogeneous. You have some that are. Little Armenia is homogeneous. They threw out the Azerbaijanis and whoever else they could get rid of. But otherwise, most states are not that way. And this might be at least the hopeful future that we might imagine.
Well, I think we're totally out of time. On that somewhat positive note, I'm going to call the discussion to the end. I'd like to thank the panelists so very much for coming and speaking here. know there's going to be a book signing, so and they're going to be here, so if you have additional questions, you can always corner them and ask them, as well as get your book signed. Thank you so much for coming to the session.
Get this off.
Thank you.
We would like to thank our panelists and Vedika again. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with scarves. We would also like to thank Rajasthan Patrika Series for sponsoring this event. The authors, yes, will be available at the book signing area, which is right next to the venue, but not near the stage. We request you to meet them there. The festival requests your help in keeping the venue clean. Do take your litter with you, and dispose them in the waste baskets which can be found across the venue. Once again, collaborate with us in our attempt to save paper. Receives the next hour's program on your phones by giving a missed call on 9251-301-339. Thank you so much. Our next session, Swimmer Among the Stars, begins at 1:40. Thank you.
One of them was yeah, I didn't want it. For two prices. No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very professional. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good discussion.
Somebody at the last session has left their camera in this venue. If it is yours, please collect it from me here. Thank you so much. If you do know whose it is, please let them know.
गुड़गांव से बेटी के दिल ने उड़ान भरी, गुवाहाटी में आवाज आई,
Baba, Ma, book your tickets to Goa. Enjoy the beach. Love you. तुम भी तो आ रही हो? बैग्स कौन उठाएगा? Love you too.
जब से कोटक ने फोन में घर बनाया, तब से अपनों की शरारतों ने उड़ान भरी, गुड़गांव से गुवाहाटी तक फोन में कोटक, कोना कोना कोटक।
Charbagh Palace, Jaipur, one of the best heritage hotels in India, with the opulence of an era gone by. Hosts of the Z Jaipur Literature Festival's exclusive opening dinner. And a long-established hotel partner, providing a home away from home for some of the world's greatest writers and thinkers. Charbagh Palace, a jewel of Jaipur.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another session at Charbagh on the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Before we begin, a few gentle reminders again. Please keep your phone on silent, and if you must take an urgent call, please do so outside the venue. No flash photography is permitted or needed in this venue. We would appreciate you taking pictures with your flash off. Please tweet using hashtag ZJLF for more information. You can ask the desk, the information desk at the beginning. And please do not leave your bags unattended. The festival is unable to take responsibility for any loss. Without further ado, I am delighted to introduce the speakers for the next session, titled Swimmer Among the Stars, Kanishk Tharoor, who will be in conversation with Casey Schwartz.
Thank you. Is this on? Hello, hello? Great. Hello everyone, I'm Casey Schwartz. I'm so excited to be on stage with Kanishk Tharoor to talk about his new, beautiful debut collection of short stories, Swimmer Among the Stars. Kanishk, because this is your first book, I think it's only right I begin by embarrassing you slightly and reading out what some of these remarkable reviews have said so far. India Today says you are refreshingly profound. You are on the cusp of reinventing storytelling. In the Telegraph, you're compared to Kafka, and elsewhere to Borges. So tell us, where and how did this book start?
Well, I mean, those reviews are incredibly generous, and I've been really surprised and grateful for the really good response I've got from the book so far. You know, it's funny because these stories, in many ways, to me, feel like little objects that have just accumulated almost by accident over the last 10 years. I'm writing on a novel right now So it's not as if I was just dedicated to writing a book of short stories, but in the process of developing myself as a writer, I had been writing short stories for a long time, and the ones in the collection, the oldest one was written when I was about 19, but the bulk I've written in the last 5 years or so, and they've sort of accumulated almost helplessly by themselves, to the point that I think I was able to put them into a collection.
Well, the collection, it's interesting to say that the collection has such a global sensibility and a sense of being so at home anywhere in the world rather than rooted in a particular place. There's a story that takes place in outer space. There's a story that takes place in Morocco. Where did that kind of confidence, that ease in the larger world come from, do you think?
It's true. One of the things I wanted to achieve with this collection of short stories is that so far the collection is only available in English, but that any English-speaking reader, no matter where they are in the world, might be able to try to access them in the same way, that they would simultaneously be estranged and yet be able to relate to the story at the same time, that my stories don't necessarily privilege anybody from any particular country, any particular region. I guess I am trying to engender a slightly global kind of storytelling. And it comes a little bit from I guess my own biography, though I don't think I'm writing about myself. I grew up in an international milieu. My father worked for the United Nations. I went to international school. I've had the fortune to have lived and studied and worked in a few places around the world. And all of that has helped, I think, produce the atmosphere that is in these stories, which is slightly decentered, not rooted in a specific place, but trying to conjure a kind of, let's say, omniscient third-person storytelling voice. That's slightly pre-modern, actually, I think, or I hope. That's flecked with the firelight of older kinds of storytelling. And that voice isn't necessarily the product of a single place.
So on that note, maybe you'd like to read from the opening story.
Sure. I'll read the beginning of the first story in the collection, which is called Elephant at Sea. And I'll just tell you a little bit about it to begin with. It comes out of a story that was told to me a lot when I was a child by a family friend who was in the Indian Foreign Service about a Moroccan princess who had asked the Indian ambassador in Morocco for an elephant. And then the request was sent through to Delhi, and eventually, many years later, as these requests, the speed of these requests as they're processed, the elephant was sent on its way to Morocco at a point when the princess had completely lost interest in the elephant in the first place. And amazingly, I'll just tell you this now, when I wrote this story, it was a sort of flight of fancy, it was something that came out of my imagination, but I did a book launch in Delhi a few days ago, and in the audience was the daughter of the Indian ambassador who had to deal with this request. And she was friends with the Moroccan princess. She had seen the elephant when it arrived. And this story, which I had imagined as a completely imaginative, almost surreal episode, for her had real meaning. And it was my first experience of letting something come out of my imagination and then find it return to me in the real world. Similarly, in the same audience, there was a man from the Cochin Port Trust who told me that in the museum attached to his port, the most popular exhibit is images of this elephant being hefted up onto a ship to be sent to Morocco. So again, this was a kind of small surprise and revelation that something that could come out of my imagination was also returning to me in reality. So I'll read from the beginning of this story. In the late summer of 1979, the second secretary of the Indian Embassy to Morocco received a cable that undid his considerable years of training and left him floundering. The message read simply, "Elephant en route." Was it some sort of code? Further investigation only deepened his confusion. The cable had come from the customs office in Cochin, a port in the south of India. No, the customs officials reported back to him, it wasn't cold, it was an elephant that along with its mahout was now very much headed by ship to Casablanca. The second secretary probed, why send an elephant? Here at the customs office, the reply came, we handle only the movement of goods. For the movement of reasons, please refer your inquiry to Ministry of External Affairs. The second secretary telegrammed his colleagues in the ministry in Delhi. With telegrams to the ministry, it was important first to be terse, so that in the midst of reams of communication from outposts around the world, your message would be noticed. Why ship elephants? Stop. Embassy already has cars. Stop. No one in the ministry seemed to know anything about the elephant. A flummoxed telegram returned to the embassy. What elephant? Stop. Is this code? Stop. Embarrassed, the second secretary finally consulted the ambassador, who knew through long experience that it was pointless to question the whims of the capital. Marvelous, the ambassador said, smoothing his mustache. An elephant, just what we need. And they couldn't even send it to us. No, they're sending it to Casablanca. You have to arrange for the thing to be picked up, to be met and picked up. He sprayed himself with cologne and mused, if an elephant can even be picked up. That night, the second secretary lay awake in bed, resenting the sheets, resenting the pillow, resenting the indifference of his work, resenting Morocco, resenting Arabic for its impossible secret throatiness, and resenting with what little bitterness was left to him the unknown buffoon who would make diplomacy out of elephants. The buffoon was not, as he imagined, some self-satisfied civil servant in South Block, but the Princess of Morocco. Explanation arrived via telex from a friend in the ministry who owed him a few favors and so mustered the initiative to ask around. The story of the elephant had begun 6 years earlier in the same Indian embassy in Rabat. At one of those habitual functions whose purpose seems so obvious in the preparation but disappears in the operation, the little Moroccan princess had come to the embassy and frozen before a picture of an elephant. It was among the many stock images, all approved by the Ministry of Tourism, that lined the lobby of the embassy. Dawn over the Himalayan ranges, houseboats on the backwaters, the Taj Mahal rosy in its cushion of smog, a bright tractor devastating a field of wheat. The princess only had eyes for the elephant. Her wordless arm extended towards the picture, pointing. C'est un éléphant, said the embassy official tasked with escorting the princess. She remained transfixed. Vous aimez les éléphants? The unlucky man suggested. It seemed the princess did love elephants because she wouldn't move. The official, who had in previous posts offered counsel on trade policy with Indonesia and arms deals with the Soviet Union, looked around for help before lowering himself to her level. Mademoiselle, vous voulez un éléphant? He asked, with the desperation stoked in him by all children, never mind the Princess of Morocco. She turned, smiled, and gave him the smallest gift of a nod. It was enough. The official eventually spoke to the then ambassador, who put in a request to Delhi recommending the delivery of an elephant to satisfy the princess and to strengthen a bilateral friendship. The request passed through the appropriate channels at the usual speeds. 6 years later, the creature was irrevocably on its way. I'll just stop there for now. But that story perhaps, and it's one of the more playful stories in the collection. It gives you a sense of some of the tone that I try to engender in all my fiction. From the third person to the slightly broad-lensed view of places and people, and I think it's something that exists across the collection.
When did you begin to develop that style?
I think it's something I've particularly developed in the last 5 years, while at a time when I've been more devoted to fiction. I sort of made the choice consciously to improve my writing and to work on my writing in the last 5 years in a decisive way. But I've always been writing for a long time. You know, I grew up in a house full of books. My mother is a professor of literature. My father, as many of you know, is also a writer. So, you know, from that, I had the fortune that the world of writing and reading never seemed like an opaque, unattainable place. It was something that was very much part of my day-to-day life, even as a young person. I think my first story that I think we can still find a copy of was written when I was 6, and it was called something like Sir Kanishk and the Magic Lamp, and you can probably imagine what the plot of that was like. But I've been writing for a long time, and I think, you know, these stories, even though many of them they've been written mostly in the last 10 years, they follow on from a long engagement with stories, with storytelling, and with the act of writing.
It must have been so rich to grow up in a household like that. And I'm curious, is there anything complicated about being a writer who is the son of a writer?
I don't know if I'd say it's complicated. It's incumbent upon me. This is my first book. I've been very grateful for the reception it's received so far. But I know that, you know, especially in India, my father is a very well-known person, and it's incumbent upon me and my work to rise to the point where I'll have slightly greater degree of independence in the way my work is received. But, you know, no, I wouldn't say it's complicated. If anything, you know, having my father and my mother, who's also a reader and a writer, has been a great source of help and inspiration. They're my first line of readers, along with my twin brother, who's also a writer. He's a journalist. And my wife, who's also a writer. She's a poet. They read my work first. And, you know, so for me, they've always been a source of inspiration, of help, and not really a source of resistance.
And to go back to for a moment, you said your childhood was sort of far-flung. Where did you grow up, mostly?
Well, I say far-flung. To be fair, my father was working for the UN, so my brother and I were born in Singapore at a time he was working for refugees in Singapore. We grew up in Geneva, and then we lived for most of our lives since the age of about 6 in New York City. And that's the city that's my home. It's where I live now. It's where my mother is. It's where my friends are. And it's also a city that, in and of itself, being so international, I think has really helped shape my outlook. You know, there's another story in the collection which is the title story, which is called Swimmer Among the Stars, and that is about language extinction. And though it's not set in New York City, it's very much inspired by the city. I've always been really attuned to the diversity of the city, and one of the things that struck me recently is that New York is a place where it's a repository for dying languages. There are languages spoken in New York that are no longer spoken in their countries of origin, Indonesia, Kenya, Bangladesh, and so forth, but still survive in diasporic communities in the city. And I've been engaged with that a little bit in the last few years, and so I decided to write this story about the diminishing of language diversity in our world. And this story itself is an interview between a group of ethnographers and a woman who is thought to be the last speaker of her language.
Kanish, do you want to read from it?
I think I'll read a little bit from that story. If I can find it. Okay. So this is from the title story, Swimmer Among the Stars. As a rule, the last speaker of a language no longer uses it. Ethnographers show up at the door with digital recorders, ready to archive every declension, each instance of the genitive, the idiosyncratic function of verbal suffixes. But this display hardly counts as normal speech. It simply confirms reality to the last speaker, that the old world of her mind is cut adrift from humans and can only be pulped into a computer. She finds it strange to listen to the sounds of her mouth. Inevitably, she mingles a more common language with her own. That common language, after all, is the speech that now keeps her company, that leads her through the market, that sits with her in the evenings by the television, that gives her the terminal diagnosis at the clinic, that pours through her letterbox, that comes in a crisp nurse's outfit to wash her feet. Her own language does nothing of the sort. It is nowhere to be found. She pauses, silent now, staring incredulously at the microphone. How am I the last speaker of my language? How can I be its keeper? My language left me. She apologizes to the ethnographers. You must understand, she says, that though my memory is preserved better than a lemon, it is still difficult to remember which words are my own and which words are not. Please speak as it comes naturally to you, the ethnographers say. Thank you, I will try. In any case, we can help you remember. The last speaker looks up, puzzled. But if you know already, then why do you want to hear it from me? It means something more if it comes from you. Do you speak my language then? Do you understand me when I say this, when I say that? And even now when I am singing this song that my father sang every day as he disappeared down the valley. She sings and her alien words crackle about the room. No, we do not understand, the ethnographers say, or if we do, it is only distantly. Oh, that is a shame. It would be nice to sing that song for someone. Please, madam, sing it for the microphone. She grins. So the microphone understands, does it? Yes, it understands. If only you could get microphones to talk. She laughs and then feels a little sorry for herself. She does not mean to sound sardonic. No one could accuse her of being indifferent to her plight. Some years before, it had occurred to her that she was no longer in the habit of hearing her own tongue. Everybody in the town seemed to be speaking the common language. She did not mind using their language, since she had dwelt in it for a long time, almost as long as she could remember, and had kept it clean and given it a good airing, rearranged the furniture so it suited her just right. It was the language of her husband and her children, and she had made it hers. But always, in the darker corners, she placed mementos of her own, a proverb, a snatch of a rhyme, some light daily expressions, the glimpse of which would startle her family. With nobody to speak her language to, she began talking with objects. The pots and pans, a creaking door, the sharp corner of a table. She never spoke it with animals because, and here a foreign kind of pride sparked within her, it was never a language to waste on goats. Once, on a rare visit, her son came upon her in the living room, speaking in tongues with a teacup. He told her she was going mad. No, she sighed, you don't understand. This is what a conversation sounds like. Would you like a cup of tea? The last speaker asked the ethnographers. They would. Let's have some tea then, and then I'll sing for you. She rises from her seat and waits as they shift their equipment, the light stand and camera, the microphones, the attendant knots of wires. Brushing away their offers to assist her, she lights the stove with a match and stares out through the kitchen window. Poplars nod in the breeze over the mustard field. Someone's boy is loitering at the front gate, his hands in the pockets of his jeans. At each half step, his sneakers light up red. She thinks he must be here to look at the visitors, but she is wrong. He follows her movements with open and unblinking curiosity, as if there was something surprising about the way a kettle boils. She smiles. That's the matter with strange guests. They turn you into a stranger as well. The tea warms her voice. When she sings, her eyes close and her chin, with its gentle down of hair, thrusts forward into the lamplight. The ethnographers cannot help but admire her strong set of teeth, a rare sight in so much of their fieldwork. They are used to thinking that there is half a relationship between dental health and endangered languages. Languages, like people, become toothless. In her case, of course, a full mouth of teeth won't make any difference. She is the last, the very last. After her, the language has only a ghostly future. Its memory will haunt scholars and graduate students. Nobody misses it in the places where it was once spoken. Few even remember the time when its clambering rhythms united the valley and the uplands. Clinically speaking, it is already dead. A language cannot be alive if it exists alone in the mind of an old woman, no matter how fine her teeth. I'll stop there for now. Thank you. But it's just, one of the reasons this story is important to me is because I recognize very much that I write in English. I am part of the hegemony of English. And so I think it's for all of us who are readers and writers in English, it's important to recognize that we are part of a language system that is in part responsible for the diminishing of the diversity of languages around the world.
And how did you decide to make that the title story, Kanishk?
I have to confess that those kinds of decisions were very elegantly suggested to me by my publisher, and I was happy to accede to their suggestions. I tend to write very lyrical stories, and as a result I try to sometimes, maybe misjudging what I should do, give them slightly more prosaic titles. And I think in this case my original title was overruled by the publisher, and they've come up with this quite evocative title that I think actually captures the spirit of the book very well. One of the things I hope to achieve with these stories, and as a reader, one of the things I enjoy as a reader is finding in fiction a kind of sense of wonder, a wonder that's not necessarily directed at the excellence of the prose or even the way the story moves, but a wonder that lifts off the page and opens up to the world outside. And I hope that's also what these stories achieve for readers.
And it's interesting that all the stories are marked by this very distinctive, almost sort of fabulous, like sort of slightly magical realist style, except one, which seems to be sort of an autobiographical story about a young man at a college in Connecticut, struggling to get over his aversion to his roommates. So, and it's such a departure from the book style. What was the thinking about including it there?
There is one story in the collection that sticks out slightly as a sore thumb. It is, though, I wouldn't necessarily call it autobiographical. It's not really about me. But it was an attempt to write a different kind of story. You're right, it's the only story in the book that's first person, and it is very much set in the modern day. A lot of the other stories either take place in the future or in the past or in a kind of mythical time space. I just wanted to show that there was a register I could write in that wasn't just the one that the majority of these stories are in. But I think, even though there's some of the language and some of the style is still shared across the stories, even though the subject matter is slightly different.
Yes, absolutely. And I hope we have time to talk about your story that takes place in space, the United Nations being forced to meet on a spaceship. What is the inspiration behind that story?
Well, so there's a story in the collection called A United Nations in Space, and it dramatizes a sort of future world that's riven by climate change and war, at which point the United Nations can no longer meet in New York City, which is flooded in any case, and so is driven into a sort of orbital hotel in outer space. And this was actually, the inspiration for this story actually came out of a real life event, which was a few years ago. The Parliament of Libya, because of chaos in that country, had to meet on an enormous, luxurious Greek ferry that was parked in the Mediterranean. And a lot of my stories, I find, I dwell in the imagination, but my imagination is sparked by things that happen in the real world, in pieces that I've read in newspapers, in my interest in history and sort of lesser known periods of history. And this story likewise came out of reading I'd done and a news story that triggered something in me, and I found that quite amazing. This parliament that is governing a country outside of the country, and completely cut off from that country in this kind of ludicrous vessel. And so I took that to its logical extreme, which would be the United Nations in outer space, and a short story followed suit from that.
Is there anything you might want to say to the young writers and readers who are surely in this audience? Any inspiration about becoming a writer?
Well, I like to think that I'm fairly young myself still, so it's a little bit churlish of me to foist advice upon people, aspiring writers. But I really think, at a time when I decided that I wanted to devote myself to my craft, I think one of the things that helped me was that I trained myself to be a slightly more critical reader. And that's something that doesn't necessarily come naturally to me. I think I'm an attentive reader, but I read for pleasure, and sometimes when you read for pleasure, you're not necessarily noticing the sort of nuts and bolts things that make writing pleasurable or reading pleasurable. And so I think the first step for me in recent years has been making myself a better reader, and then obviously reading copiously. I think a lot of people struggle also with finding it possible to juggle a full-time job and other responsibilities and writing. And I think it's perfectly possible to have a full-time job and be a writer as well. I don't think writers have to be people. In fact, it's probably better if writers aren't people who are simply writing all the time. I think it's good to have other kinds of experiences that help shadow and shape the writing you do. But I think what is important though is making writing a routine and flexing that muscle. Again, this is something that I struggle to do myself. It can be difficult with our erratic schedules and responsibilities to always find the time to do the writing you want to do. But I try to sort of do a little bit of writing every day just to keep that muscle active. And I think just more generally and beyond all those kinds of logistical things is to trust, if you're interested in writing, to trust yourself and to trust the kinds of stories you want to tell and trust your instincts and not necessarily write what you expect other people to want you to write. I think it's really important to write what you want to write because that's what I do. I don't really subscribe, especially as an Indian writer living in the West, there are certain kinds of expectations about the kind of writing that you might produce. And I've never felt beholden to them, in part because those are kinds of narratives that haven't particularly, are of interest to me, but don't particularly represent my interests or my experience of the world. And so I've always just trusted my imagination and trusted where it's led me, and this collection is a manifestation of that.
What are you working on now?
I'm working on a novel that's I've been working on for a few years, and it's very different obviously than writing a collection of short stories. With short stories you get this sort of routine sense of accomplishment after finishing one. With a novel you're in this kind of dark tunnel with only a speck of light in the distance. So I'm hoping at least that speck of light is going to grow a little bit wider in the coming months. But I'm a journalist as well, and I freelance on the side, and I'm also working on a radio series. I'm interested in, as readers will see, I have a lot of historical interests, and I'm working on a radio series for BBC that's going to air at the end of February, which is about cultural destruction in Iraq and Syria. And it's a 10-part series, and each episode tells a story through personal narratives and other kinds of stories of a different object or site that has been destroyed and damaged in the last 20-30 years in Iraq and Syria. So it's a slightly mournful, elegiac series, but I hope it's of interest to listeners around the world.
I'm sure the audience has questions. Shall we?
Yes, from the little I've heard from your reading, you seem to be based in realism. I'm from North America, and they're into zombies and vampires with great obsession. I just wonder if you'd use that to say a few words. Would you think about that genre? Would you apply that genre yourself? And how that might relate more to a realistic style that you yourself might use?
As much as I might from time to time enjoy watching a zombie or vampire-related film, I don't necessarily do a lot of reading in that genre. I always had, since I was quite young, had a love for fantasy and its sort of imaginative realm. And I'm sure in many respects some of the breadth of these stories is reflected in that interest in fantasy. But there are other sorts of influences and kinds of writing of equal imaginative breadth that I think have influenced me, and those did come out of slightly more modernist, often Southern European styles of writing, potentially, though I don't want to, I'm not associating myself with these august writers, but the likes of Italo Calvino and the South American writers, Eduardo Galeano and Borges and so forth, have really influenced my work. And so in many respects, even though I have grown up in New York City for much of my life, I feel that the frame of reference that my writing exists in is not necessarily a North American one, but one that has opened to include influences from Asia, from Indian writing, to South American writing, and also, to be very honest, I do a lot of reading of pre-modern material. I think I read as much medieval Persian poetry or ancient epic or 19th century folklore as I read contemporary fiction.
So I just want to enhance on this question. Just as he asked, in North America these days, or most part of the world these days, people are more focused on writing something mainstream. For example, the Twilight series, or you can talk about the Game of Thrones series, even though Game of Thrones is not mainstream. But I have the question that should a writer write for the audience, for example, main audience of millions of people who love the dramas and love stories like Twilight and other stories, or should he or she write for himself or herself? For example, for myself, I prefer science fiction and philosophy stories. The last good book I read was Oath of Vaiputras by Amish Tripathi, and I also love this short stories that come in fantasy and science fiction. So my question to you is, should a writer write to cater the audience of millions of people, or should he or she express himself and write for himself? Because at the end of the day, a writer is a reader for himself. The first reader of a writer is himself, right?
That's a great question. Instinctively I would say to you that you should write for yourself, though obviously as a writer, when you're sitting down to write these stories, you may be thinking about the language you're using, the story you're building, the characters you're developing, and so forth. But you obviously, on the back of your mind, you're thinking, who's going to read this thing that I'm putting down on the page? For me, I'm not necessarily aspiring to the great and wonderful mass appeal of a system of a story system like Twilight, or even those of Amish Tripathi. But I'm an optimist. I really think that there is space in the world of literature for all kinds and all sorts of genres of writing. I'm not necessarily reaching for that kind of success as you describe, but I am following through with my own instincts and the worlds I imagine. I'm staying true to those, and my hope is that when I imagine my reader, I'm imagining somebody who is curious about the world beyond themselves, is curious about history, is curious about the ways surrealist narratives can work, and my hope is that there are many readers like that. And I hope that, as I said before, that these stories can add a little bit more to, make a modest contribution to the extent of wonder there is in the world. There's a question in the front.
I know you touched upon this briefly, but I just wanted to ask you, we see a lot of Indian diaspora in the West, and books coming out about the cultural difference between the West and going back to India. So, as a reader, what are your thoughts about this genre, and was it different for you because of your international upbringing and that household?
It was. I mean, I don't pretend that my experience is representative of a wide trend or a larger social category, but I was able to grow up in New York most of my life without any of the anxiety of being an immigrant. We weren't immigrants. My father was posted in New York, and I was raised. I went to the UN International School there, and I was surrounded by people who happened to be from other parts of the world who just were living in New York City. So my sense of myself growing up was not a hyphenated one. I didn't think of myself as an Indian American. I mean, to this day, I'm not an American citizen. but I thought of myself as an Indian who happened to be living in New York, and India for me wasn't some faraway place. It was a country I went to every single year, spent months there every single year. I can speak one Indian language well and read another one possibly. I am a student of Indian history and politics and culture, so it wasn't. I never had any kind of sense of anxiety at the potential difference, or the supposed huge difference between the West and India, and it was something that I had the fortune, a gulf that I had the fortune of being able to straddle rather easily. And maybe as a result, the kind of fiction I want to write isn't about those differences. But at the same time, living and growing up in the way that I did, it exposed me to all sorts of things happening around the world, and that interest in issues that of migration, displacement, of changes in the world's economy, in climate change, those sorts of issues are of interest to me, even if they don't necessarily impinge directly on my own life, and they found their way into the fiction I've written.
Hi Kanishk, I'm curious to know if the ideas for your short stories gestated in you over a long period of time, or whether they blossomed in a moment of intense inspiration.
Well, as I said, the collection has been, I wrote one story in this collection when I was 19, soon after 9/11, and it was sort of my one sort of processing a kind of response to 9/11 then. But since then, some of these stories came from very specific moments of inspiration. Others have been long in the making. I don't know if any of you have the book yet, but the cover of the book is an image of from an illuminated manuscript from Akbar's atelier. It's a page from Amir Khusro's Hamsa, and it was an image that I saw when I was about 16 or 17 in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and ever since then it's from the cycle of stories known as the Aini Sikandari, the Mirror of Alexander, which is part of a tradition of stories that goes back to the 4th century AD and exists in languages as diverse as Greek, Syriac, Armenian, Turkic, Oghuz Turkic, Malay, Scotch, about Alexander the Great, and this whole series of legends had interested me since I was 16, 17, but only about a year ago did I sit down with all these different editions and rewrite my own version of these legends, which is the last segment of the book. So that was a long time in the making, but some stories, they just occurred to me in the shower or in my dreams sometimes. You have an image that sticks with you and that will extrapolate into a story, and sometimes with some stories you have an image and you put it on the page, and then the work of writing the story becomes justifying that image, and that's something quite pleasurable about writing a short story, is that each of them often find their own rhythm and their own sense of being and meaning, which as a writer makes short stories a real pleasure to write sometimes, and hopefully as a reader makes them extra pleasurable to read.
Is there time for one more? One last question.
Hello. Hi, so the extent to which a global perspective is reflected in your writings, to what extent is probably India or South Asia reflected in whatever you write, the way you think, or probably the way in which you express yourself? Because that's primarily where you come from. Your mom and dad are both Indians, so you've probably, you still were international in your upbringing, but still, there's a bit of India that lives around you all the time. So does it reflect in the way you write, you express?
I think, in many ways. I think at the most general level, I would say that, Indian readers, more so than American readers, for example, are conditioned to be open to the world. I think we can often think that, India can always sometimes Indians can think that they're quite parochial, but I don't think that's true. I think Indian readers, especially Indian readers reading in English, are very omnivorous and open in the stories they're interested in the worlds they're interested in consuming, much more so than readers in the United States at least. So I don't want us to necessarily think of the Indian attitude as one that's fenced off by the boundaries of a nation. That aside, I think many of my, for example, I have a story called Tale of the Tea House. This is a very specific example, which is about an apocryphal city in Central Asia that's about to be sacked and destroyed by an invading army, and it dramatizes 7 days worth of conversations in a tea house. The tea house I'm imagining is exactly a kind of Charbagh in Calcutta that I grew up. My friend sitting up here in the front row, who I knew from growing up in Calcutta, and my summers there, where we would spend time sitting in Charbagh in Calcutta and observing the conversations there, the habits there. And I was imagining an Indian tea shop when I was writing about a supposedly Central Asian one. But I think in general, a lot of my political interests are Indian interests as well. I'm interested, the issues of in the story, issues of displacement, issues of, I think India, the issue of language in India is a huge one. We at an ostensibly English language festival here, we also have to think about what the other Indian literatures and other Indian language traditions. So I don't, I accept that few of these stories are directly about India. I'm not claiming through these stories and to be conjuring any kind of authentic vision of India. That's not my interest. But in indirect ways, India is very much, and my experiences of India and the imagination that India has helped develop within me is very much present in the kinds of stories I'm telling. Thank you. Time.
With this, we come to an end of yet another wonderful session here at Charbagh. We would like to thank both the speakers along with our sponsors for this session, DNA. Our next session, The Creative Process, How Writers Write, begins in 10 minutes. Both the speakers will be available at the book signing venue. Books are available both at the Full Circle bookstore and the merchandise store. Thank you for attending. To know about the other sessions happening at JLF, you can give a missed call on 9251 301 339.
Casey, thanks.
JLF at South Bank returns for its third edition from the 21st to the 22nd of May. Catch the conversations, debate and dialogue along the banks of the London Thames. And if you're across the pond, JLF at Boulder will be back for a second year from the 23rd to 25th September. For the latest information, visit www.jaipurliteraturefestival.org, follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, or download the Timo Guides app.
The annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now.
Thank you.